Chapter 30-40. One move. As expected of senior brother Lin Ling. You are so straightforward. Since practicing martial arts is boring, why don't you find a sparring partner? Junior brother Beihan is not talented. I hope that senior brother Lin Ling can give me some pointers. All right. The young man smiled and spoke humbly when he saw that Lin Ling had agreed. In fact, if Lin Ling lost to him, it would be even more humiliating. He could use this opportunity to show Xing Shiyun who was qualified to be his disciple. Senior Beihan is a first-ranked Deju sect. He is invincible among the martial immortal realm and is the champion of the martial arts competition. I'm afraid no one in the martial immortal realm can defeat him unless it's the genius from the prominent sect. Yeah, Senior Beihan has a second-rank desolate body and is a stage 8 martial immortal realm expert. It's said that his ice rank power has reached 10%. In my opinion, Lin Ling will regret his decision. After all, if he loses, not only will he be humiliated, but Master Xing Shiyun will also be humiliated. Around the martial arts platform, millions of people were gloating over the misfortune of others. Even the experts from the tantric sect were worried. They could see that Lin Ling was only a fifth-layer martial immortal. The gap between their cultivation levels was too huge. Even though his talent was not weak, Beihan's talent was not to be underestimated either. If they were to fight, Lin Ling might lose. Old Yun, aren't you going to persuade him? The tantric sect asked after thinking for a while. Don't underestimate him. However, Xing Shiyun did not object this time. His words caused the master of Tantra and the other experts to frown. They wanted to say something, but Xing Shiyun spoke again. Actually, with that guy's personality, I can't persuade him either. Fuck, how can you be his master? Your disciple is not afraid of his master. You're a disgrace to the 4 heavenly kings of the tantric sect. Sai, I don't care about you. When your disciple loses, you're not allowed to teach Beihan a lesson. The other heavenly kings said one after another. They were even more pessimistic about Lin Ling. However, Xing Shiyun smiled evilly. Was his disciple that easy to defeat? That was someone who could face the dragon god. At this moment, Lin Ling was slowly walking towards the martial stage. His aura was so imposing that he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. This caused everyone's eyes to flicker. Even though they did not think highly of Lin Ling, they could not deny that based on his aura alone, Lin Ling was indeed qualified to become Xing Shiyun's disciple. Of course, this was only on the surface. It did not mean that Lin Ling could win. You are Lin Ling. On the martial stage, Beihan had been waiting for a long time. When Lin Ling came up, he immediately sneered. Since they were facing each other alone, there was no need for him to hide anything. Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded. You are not fit to be Lord Xing Shiyun's disciple. Beihan said again. You still can't decide all this. Lin Ling's expression remained calm. In this lifetime, Lord Xing Shiyun has only accepted you as his disciple. However, this position is not for trash. In Tantric Buddhism, there will be many people who will challenge you and trample you under their feet. Today, I will be the first. Beihan's body began to emit powerful realm essence, causing the martial stage to freeze. The sky above the valley was filled with ice and snow. It was as if the ice goddess had arrived. Whether I am trash or not is not up to you to decide. Perhaps you are the trash. Seeing this, Lin Ling also activated the realm-devouring beast's innate ability. The dragon bone and the space-time flame were all suppressed in his body. Together with his 4 dantians, they quietly merged together. Since he was going to fight, he had to win beautifully. Even though Xing Shiyun did not see Lin Ling much, the latter was open and honest. He treated Lin Ling like a real family member. And Lin Ling would never hide anything from his family. After 2 years of waiting, Xing Shiyun had no regrets. Lin Ling would also tell him that he had not waited for 2 years in vain. Since many people are unhappy with me, then I will beat them until they are convinced. You will be the first. Feeling the power in his body becoming more and more ferocious, Lin Ling looked at Beihan and smiled gently. Killing me as an example to others? That's a good idea, but you don't have the strength to do so. Beihan had already started to attack. The sharp and cold frost turned into a sword that seemed to come from the void of the universe. The sword was so terrifying that it could defeat any martial immortal. No matter how strong the power of the universe was, when it collided with the sword, it was like an egg hitting a rock. Moreover, the desolate body was roaring like ice and snow at that moment. This was one of the 100 great bloodlines, the bloodline of the ice goddess. Beihan's strength is clear for all to see. Let's see how Lin Ling will deal with him. At that moment, everyone's blood was boiling. Lin Ling was going to fight the #1 genius of the 10 great sects. In the end, who would obtain the dazzling flower? However, when people looked at Lin Ling, they discovered that Lin Ling was standing still. Instead, he was slowly rolling up his sleeves. This caused everyone's pupils to constrict. There was only one word in their minds: arrogant. A genius from the Qing province actually dared to act so arrogantly in front of a genius from the Spirit province. It was as if he was humiliating all the geniuses from the Spirit province. Senior brother Beihan, defeat him. At that moment, everyone was looking forward to Lin Ling's defeat even more. It would be best if he was humiliated. Among everyone, only Meng Lu and Di Shitian sneered. The difference between Beihan and Lin Ling was too great. Dragon Tongue and Fong's 2 years of bitter cultivation were not for show. Rumble. At the same time, the ice goddess's divine sword arrived. Bang. Lin Ling also attacked. He stretched out his left arm as if he was drawing a circle in front of him. His entire body was filled with the demeanor of an expert. Rumble. The sword came at him with ice, but Lin Ling stretched out his left palm and blocked all the mysterious power. Endless frost spread out in all directions with Lin Ling's palm as the center. This change caused the people who were whispering to each other to fall silent. Almost at the same time, under countless gazes, the realm-swallowing beast, the space-time divine steel, and the dragon god appeared behind Lin Ling. 3 desolate physiques appeared at the same time. What? 3 desolate physiques? Beihan maintained his sword stance. At that moment, his expression changed drastically. He did not expect Lin Ling to have such terrifying talent despite his low cultivation level. He could not help but look at Lin Ling in shock. He realized that Lin Ling was also looking at him. His face was calm as he softly said a sentence. "One move." After saying that, Lin Ling's right hand finally moved under countless gazes. He threw a punch. Ka-ka-ka. That punch not only broke the ice goddess's divine sword, but it also shattered the ice and snow protection around Beihan's body. It was getting closer and closer to his eyes. Beihan's eyes were filled with shock. But this shock could not stop the ferocious punch. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard at the same time. Countless gazes saw a figure fly out towards the edge of the wide martial arts platform. Finally, the figure forcibly released his strength to stop the terrifying momentum. Pooh! Chapter 3041. Long talk. One move. Beihan muttered to himself. He didn't expect the gap between him and Lin Ling to be so big. He couldn't help but look into the distance as if he wanted to see through the blue-robed young man. However, the blue-robed young man had already disappeared. He had appeared in front of Beihan and punched him like a ferocious beast. Fortunately, it stopped in front of Beihan's face. Beihan felt as if he had taken a stroll in the underworld and went limp. "You've lost." The soft voice drifted out like a gust of wind to everyone's astonishment. Beihan was stunned. The vast martial platform was dead silent. Beihan wasn't the most powerful genius of Tantric Buddhism, but he was one of the best among the top 10 sections. Lin Ling came from Qingzhou, so people didn't think he was a match for Beihan. However, in the end, Lin Ling defeated Beihan with a single punch. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey was a little too straightforward. So powerful! All the beautiful girls in the fairy sect exclaimed. The eyes of the most beautiful girl, Longyang, were also flickering. The geniuses of the top sects were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. No one dared to speak. Judging from the result, Lin Ling was obviously stronger than them. Old Yun's disciple won. Watching Lin Ling leave the martial platform, the Lord of Tantric Buddhism on the high platform smiled in surprise. This guy is not simple. Apart from the 3 desolate physiques, his realm essence is more important. He's only at the 5th level of the martial immortal realm, but his realm essence is so powerful that I feel like he's at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Judging from how calm he is, I'm afraid he's still hiding some of his strength. The various heavenly kings also spoke one after another, causing Xing Shiyun to reveal a proud smile. He knew that although these brothers didn't object to him recruiting disciples, they were prejudiced against Lin Ling. They just didn't dare to say it out loud. But now, they were more or less convinced. Master, I'm late. Sorry. Lin Ling ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd as he looked at Xing Xiuyun. Xing Xiuyun laughed heartily and said coolly, "You may be late, but at least you didn't embarrass your master. Master won't punish you." "Thank you, master," Lin Ling said indifferently. From the looks of it, there was no reverence in his expression. He was still as calm as ever. This made Master Tantric Buddhism and the other experts realize that Lin Ling's disciple was not recruited by Xing Shiyun due to Lin Ling's sincerity. Instead, it was Xing Shiyun who took the initiative to recruit him. Next, the Tantric Great Ceremony also came to an end, and everyone began to disperse. This Lin Ling has some skills. We've underestimated him. Outside of the geniuses of the secret school, geniuses from the 1st rank to the 10th rank are not his match. But are the geniuses of the Azure Prefecture this powerful? That's right, I thought the geniuses of the Qing Prefecture were all trash. However, Lin Ling defeating Beihan with 1 move was also a show of strength. Damn it! How dare he be so arrogant after taking away the goddess of the fairy sect? If you're not convinced, you can try to defeat him. Many people were still not convinced, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Ling followed Xing Shiyun with Sakura. Along the way, many envious gazes were cast at them, but Lin Ling and the other 2 ignored them. After all, Lin Ling had come here for cultivation resources. Finally, Lin Ling arrived at a magnificent mountain peak. This mountain peak was located in a valley and was one of the highest peaks in the valley. Only the big shots of the secret school could have it. My good disciple, do you see that? Our secret school is so powerful. Xing Shiyun immediately said with a smile after inviting Lin Ling and the others to sit down in the hall. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling and the other 2 nodded without denying it. Where have you been in the past 2 years? Then Xing Shiyun asked again. We were stopped at a place in the Dragon Tongue Teeth. Lin Ling said when he heard that. Dragon Tongue Fong? How dare he touch my disciple? Don't worry. After tomorrow, I will eradicate Dragon Tongue Fong. Xing Xiuyun was obviously very familiar with Dragon Tongue Fong. Senior Xing Shiyun, there's no need for that. The 3 of us have already uprooted Dragon Tooth City. But at that moment, Sakura said proudly. His words made Xing Shiyun's pupils dilate. She said in disbelief, I heard that there are 2 half-saints there. Not just 2, another one came from the heavenly court, but they were all killed by Lin Ling in the end. Meng Lu said with a smile. Xing Shiyun gasped and stared at Lin Ling. It seems that you only used 60% of your strength to defeat Beihan. Following that, he burst out laughing. His disciple's talent was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Ling pondered for a while and said, I killed 2 of the heavenly court's experts. I'm afraid that the heavenly court will come looking for me. Xing Shiyun frowned. The tantric sects were also somewhat afraid of the heavenly court. However, he quickly shook his head and said, It's okay. If they really dare to come looking for me, I'd like to see how powerful the legendary heavenly court is. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. By the way, I've found you a beauty. She's Longyang from the fairy sect. TSK, she's the top beauty in the tantric sects. She's the perfect match for you. Master, I'm a married man. My current ambition is martial arts. I don't plan to fool around anymore. Lin Ling had also heard of this rumor. He shook his head with a wry smile. That won't do. Longyang is the flower of the tantric sects. Countless descendants of deities have tried to pluck this flower, but they all failed. Besides, I've already boasted that only my disciple is worthy of Longyang. Now that you've rejected me, I can't put my old face down. especially when I'm facing the fairy sect master. Xing Shiyun was a little anxious. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others looked at each other curiously. Does Master have some kind of bond with the fairy sect master? You're right about that. In the past, I was as handsome and graceful as you. At that time, I was already in love with the fairy sect master. However, due to fate, I didn't marry her in the end. That's why I want the juniors of our two sects to be married. Xing Shiyun said nostalgically. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They felt that this guy was lying. You guys, why are you looking at me like that? Xing Shiyun glanced at Lin Ling and the others and was so angry that his beard puffed up. He was a big shot who had existed in the post-deity era. When had he ever been doubted like this? He was also very handsome when he was young. Lin Ling and the others snickered secretly, but they didn't dare to tease Xing Shiyun anymore. After all, this old man was indeed very nice to them. By the way, Master, is there any good place to cultivate in the tantric sects? Lin Ling revealed his purpose for coming here. Chapter 3042. Simple Mountain and Ancient Tree. Naturally, there are many places for cultivation. Our valley is actually a land of miracles with countless years of history. Even we don't know the name of it. However, in the valley, there are many places with cultivation effects that are thousands or even tens of thousands of times better than the outside world. Speaking of this, Xing Shiyun suddenly became proud, as if he was afraid that Lin Ling and the rest would run away. Follow me. Subsequently, Xing Shiyun waved his hand and led Lin Ling and the rest out of the hall. When they arrived outside, he whistled towards the sky and a white crane the size of a small mountain majestically flew down. Little White, these are my disciples. Remember? Xing Shiyun said lightly to the crane. That crane immediately let out a loud cry. Obviously, it had gained intelligence. Next, Xing Shiyun led Lin Ling and the rest to ride the crane and flew away. Not long after, everyone came to a corner of the valley. What was surprising was that there was actually a valley within a valley, and under the ground, there was a huge basin. In front of the basin, there was an ancient stone tablet with 4 big words engraved on it, Great Sage Yuxian. Second brother, I'm afraid this is the place where the gods lived in the era of gods. It should be a cave. The ancient gods all treated their cultivation places as caves. One time, they would be in seclusion for tens of millions of years. Tiske, that's amazing. The white crane floated down to the basin, and what came into view was an ancient giant tree. This tree was extremely strange. Its surface was engraved with a large number of complicated runes, as if it was an old man who had lived for countless years. Simple Mountain and Ancient Tree? Lin Ling suddenly exclaimed. Oh, you also know this ancient tree? Xing Shiyun suddenly looked at Lin Ling with some surprise. I know, this is a boundary tree. According to legend, it was formed by a boundary. Lin Ling's face was somewhat dignified. Heavens, there's actually a boundary tree? Di Shirtian also felt that it was an eye-opener. Because thousands of trees were born in the universe, and most of them were born from seeds. It was indeed rare for a tree to be born from a boundary. The product of the era of gods was indeed a work of the gods. Most importantly, the tree formed by the barrier is not man-made. This means that the barrier on the ancient tree is all natural. Lin Ling looked interested. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had also seen this kind of ancient tree. It was just a dead tree, but at that time, it was still fought over by a group of powerhouses. Big brother, Dreamstream, this is an excellent place for cultivation. Because this tree has been around for so long, it has already gathered the spiritual qi of the universe for millions of years. Then Lin Ling strode forward. Lin Ling, be careful. This tree has its own enchantment. So far, we've only broken through to the 8th ring. It'll be difficult to get any closer. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to make a move, Xing Shiyun immediately spoke up. Then he took out a jade talisman, intending to tell Lin Ling how to break the barrier. However, Lin Ling and the other two were already walking towards the ancient tree. Along the way, Lin Ling constantly waved his hands, and the natural enchantments emitted cracking sounds as they shattered on their own. This change left Xing Xiaoyan speechless. Because unknowingly, Lin Ling and the other two had already walked into the 9th ring. They didn't need the method to break the barrier at all. This disciple of mine is really amazing. Xing Xiaoyan suddenly smiled bitterly. Looking at the jade talisman that he had prepared, he felt that it was useless now. And in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had already brought Sakura and the others into the 8th ring. Moreover, the speed wasn't slow. Could it be that he's going to enter the 7th ring? Our tantric sect has never broken the natural barrier of the 7th ring. Xing Xiaoyan's eyes began to widen. Hee, second brother, the spiritual qi here is very dense. Lin Ling, if we continue forward, the spiritual qi will be even stronger. We'll definitely be able to break through. The voices of Sakura and the others also floated out at this moment. They were very excited. It was as if getting close to the ancient barrier tree was as simple as drinking water. Such words made Xing Xiaoyan's beard puff up. Did these two guys know what the ancient barrier tree was? However, Lin Ling agreed without hesitation. In fact, Lin Ling was also very excited at this moment. Because these natural barriers had opened his eyes, he felt that this trip was not in vain. Moreover, these natural barriers not only contained the secrets of the universe, but also a large amount of martial arts Tao within them. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao was a genius who was extremely good at barriers and liked to study them. Therefore, when faced with natural barriers, Lin Ling was also addicted to it. On the contrary, Sakura and the others didn't know so much. They thought that Lin Ling breaking the natural barriers was a very simple matter. Hee, the spiritual qi has changed again. I'm afraid it has reached 1,000 times. Wow, what a comfortable spiritual qi. Wow. Lin Ling, work harder. Wow. Their voices floated out again. As for the valley at this moment, not only was Xing Xiaoyan standing there in a daze, the other 3 heavenly kings, the 3 white-haired old men, also appeared at this moment. Each of them seemed to be in a daze as they stared at Lin Ling and the others. Old Yun, what kind of disciple did you find? Yes. When they come out, we must get the broken barriers. Yes. Those old men were all blowing their beards. Hearing this, Xing Xiaoyan smiled. She didn't expect Lin Ling to make such a contribution to Tantric Buddhism when he just came to Tantric Buddhism. At this moment, Lin Ling was sweating profusely. His soul power was greatly exhausted, and so was his 10,000 devil eyes. Finally, they stopped at the 6th ring. The reason why they could reach the 6th ring was because of Li Xiaoyao's memory and 10,000 devil eyes, but now they had reached their limit. Big brother, we can only do it here. Sai, if I had known, I would have asked Master for the way to break the barriers. Perhaps we could reach the 4th or 3rd ring. Lin Ling said with some regret. Here is enough. In my opinion, we will break through again in less than a month. However, Sakura and the others were already very satisfied. In the distance, Xing Xiaoyan and the others were embarrassed. Fortunately, Lin Ling didn't ask them for the way to break the barriers, because currently, Tantric Buddhism was only at the 8th ring. Lin Ling and the other 2 naturally didn't know what they were thinking. At this moment, they seized the time and cultivated crazily. The rolling spiritual energy was more abundant than emperor crystals. It was equivalent to the effect of cultivating in the spirit cave, and it continuously filled their dandan. Sakura and Meng Lu broke through one after another. Lin Ling had more danshans, so he was slower. However, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. 6th level martial immortal. Moreover, with the help of the ancient tree's spiritual energy, his other danshans had also reached 6th level martial immortal. He looked around and found that his big brother and the others had left. Instead, there was a vine swaying beside him. It was Mini Kunlun. Lin Ling clearly felt that Mini Kunlun had also undergone a transformation. It was even more powerful than before. It seemed that this ancient tree was not only effective for martial artists, but also for other deities. Mini Kunlun has undergone a transformation. Its power must have increased greatly, and my strength has also increased greatly. 90% of first-level half-saints are no match for me. Chapter 3043. Asking Lin Ling to come out. Now I can return to Azure Province through the space-time divine steel. Then I'll get rid of the Empress Dowager. Lin Ling had never forgotten the great enmity he had with the Rainforest Holy Land. And now he had the strength to personally take revenge. As long as he dealt with the Empress Dowager, he would have no more worries. He could also take revenge on the Heavenly Court and find out about Tian Lioli's whereabouts. Glancing at the ancient tree, Lin Ling slowly left. Second brother, you finally come out. Just as he walked out of the valley, Sakra's figure appeared in front of him, and behind him was a man who was about 30+ years old. His attire wasn't ordinary, and he seemed to have some background. Where's Dreamflow? Lin Ling glanced at the man and asked. That guy Meng Lu went to challenge the geniuses of the various sections. He knows that those geniuses aren't convinced, so he used his fists to convince them. Sakra laughed and said. This made Lin Ling guess that during this period of time, Big Brother must have challenged a lot of people. This is my second brother. Next, Sakra said to the man behind him. So you're young hero Lin? I've heard so much about you. The man's appearance was ordinary, but he was smooth and slick, so he immediately bowed politely. On the other hand, Lin Ling nodded and looked at Sakra in confusion. Haha, this is an opponent I met in the Spirit Province. No discord, no concord. Now we have become friends, and today he specially came to find you. Sakra immediately explained. My name is Jian Xiujia. I'm from the Jian family's imperial city. Young hero Lin, you can call me Xiujia. The man knew Lin Ling's identity, so he was polite and respectful. Brother Xiujia, may I know why you're looking for me? Since the other party was a friend that Sakra had met in the Spirit Province, Lin Ling would also give him some face. It's like this. Our Jian clan's imperial city is not from the Spirit State. We're in charge of the medicinal garden in the Spirit State, providing the divine prefecture above the Spirit State with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, in the past few years, our medicinal garden has changed. All of the spirit flowers have withered. That's why we're looking for experts to help us. However, many experts have come, but none of them could figure it out. Left with no choice, we could only ask for help from the Mi and Xian sects. Coincidentally, Master Divine Dragon of the Tantra sect left. So, we listened to Brother D's advice and wanted to ask for young hero Lin's help. Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded in realization, but then asked curiously, there are countless boundary masters in the Divine Prefecture. Can't they see the reason? It's precisely because we can't tell that we're anxious. Right now, the time for the spirit flower to appear is getting closer and closer. However, if all the flowers wither, it will be difficult for us to hand over the spirit flower. When that time comes, our Jian family's imperial city will be in great trouble. Jian Xiujia said bitterly. If that's the case, then I'll go and take a look. But let me tell you in advance, I might not be able to help. Lin Ling took a look at Sakra. Seeing the latter's expectant look, he immediately nodded. Thank you, young hero Lin. Jian Xiujia immediately became excited and looked at Sakra gratefully. As for the spirit prefecture, Lin Ling wasn't familiar with it. It was a good opportunity for him to see the specialty of the spirit prefecture. Along the way, the three of them finally arrived at the Jian family's imperial city. To ordinary people, this was a huge force that no one dared to provoke. However, to the Mi and Xian sects, the Jian family's imperial city was just SOSO. If they didn't guard the herb garden for the other divine prefecture, their Jian family might not be able to survive in the spirit prefecture. To put it bluntly, the Jian family was the gatekeeper. However, the person behind the scenes was the other divine prefecture, so no one dared to provoke them. Miracle. After arriving at the Jian family's imperial city, Lin Ling immediately saw that the surrounding plants were extremely dense and ancient. This meant that this place was left behind by the gods. That's right. In fact, this place doesn't belong to our Jian family. It belongs to the other powerful divine prefecture. Jian Xiujia immediately explained. The group passed through the ancient walls and entered the herb garden. Along the way, Lin Ling discovered that there were a large number of enchantments that had been set up by strong cultivators. Of course, to Lin Ling, these enchantments were just SOSO. Jia, who allowed you to come here? No one dared to stop Jian Xiujia, except for the current emperor of the Jian family. It's like this. I saw that the herb garden was withering every day, so I went around looking for experts to help. Today, I also invited an expert. Jian Xiujia immediately said. Hearing this, the emperor coldly snorted, thinking that his son was causing trouble. However, today he had invited a real expert, so he was too lazy to reprimand Jian Xiujia. The truth was indeed so. At this moment, a large number of experts had gathered in this ancient garden. Many people frowned as they looked at the garden, as if they were helpless. Crown Prince, right now when His Majesty is having a headache, you suddenly came. Aren't you causing trouble? An old man dressed as a prime minister frowned and said at this moment, causing Jian Xiujia to helplessly shake his head. I just want to help. Sigh, this is a garden left behind by the gods. Ordinary people can't help. You'd better not provoke your father anymore. He's in a bad mood right now. Just obediently watch from the side. The old man said again. Sigh. Hearing this, Jian Xiujia sighed. He also knew that the prime minister looked down on Lin Ling and the young man, and this caused him to feel very helpless. Even though he really wanted to say that the blue-robed young man was a disciple of one of the 4 heavenly kings of the spirit province, identity was identity. If Lin Ling couldn't be of any help, then revealing Lin Ling's identity would only make him a laughingstock. Lin Ling and Sakura also saw the attitude of the Jian family in their eyes. Sakura was obviously somewhat unhappy. In any case, they had come to help and didn't ask for any reward. How could the Jian family treat them like this? They didn't even treat them to tea. If it wasn't for Jian Xiujia's face, Sakura would have already left in a huff. To him, the Jian family was just a fart. How could they be compared to the tantric sect? However, Lin Ling didn't care. Instead, he paid attention to the surroundings and found that it was very cold. It was extremely strange. Big brother, the yin qi here is very heavy. Lin Ling whispered. I have the same feeling. Sakura nodded. This happened suddenly 10 years ago. The herb gardens suddenly became cold, causing the spiritual flowers to wither. However, we invited many people to check it out, but they couldn't find the reason. We used all kinds of rare treasures, but there was no effect. Sigh, this land of gods is so mysterious. The treasures grown are all extraordinary, but once there's a problem, we people of the post-gods era can't understand it at all. Jian Xiujia said helplessly. The conversation of the few people was naturally seen by the prime minister and the emperor of the Jian family. They smiled disdainfully and didn't bother to speak. Instead, they looked at an old man. That old man was wearing an 8 trigrams Taoist robe and looked extremely extraordinary. He was a boundary master of the Xian sect. It was said that he was a purple-robed boundary master. Purple-robed boundary master was the highest level boundary master in the Tao of spirit formations. Chapter 3044. What a load of nonsense. The yin qi is too strong. This place was a slaughterhouse during the era of gods. Because a lot of life force was cut off, there is a lot of life force hidden in the earth. However, there is also baleful qi and resentment qi. It's just that in the past, the yin qi and other things were suppressed. But now, the feng shui has changed, so the life force can't suppress the yin qi. The old man suddenly opened his mouth. Master Yunpe, is there a way to break it? Yes. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Jian family's emperor immediately asked. Ordinary spirit formation can't break it at all. Yes. Master Yunpe shook his head and said, how can there be a spirit formation that can suppress the gods killed in the era of gods? Yes. Can we only watch the spirit flowers wither? These spirit flowers have been planted for 500 years. Now that they are about to be harvested, what should we do? The Jian family's emperor panicked a little. Although I said that the spirit formation can't suppress it, I didn't say that it can't be changed. As long as the 9 suns divine formation is set up here, it can fuse with the yin qi and turn the yin qi, baleful qi, ghost chi, and demonic chi into life force. Master Yunpa suddenly smiled faintly. Good, as expected of a master from Xianzong. Yes. Hearing this, the Jian family's people were overjoyed. Nonsense. Yes. But at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was shocked. Looking over, they saw a blue-robed young man slowly walking over from a corner of the garden. Beside him, Jian Xiujie had a blank expression. It seemed that he didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly speak and even cursed him for speaking nonsense. Why are you causing trouble here? In the Jian family's imperial city, many people saw Lin Ling for the first time, so they reprimanded him. The Jian family's emperor's face was gloomy. He had already seen the young man and thought that he had come to join in the fun. Who knew that he would suddenly dare to interrupt? Wasn't this offending their Jian family's distinguished guest? He couldn't help but look at Jian Xiujie with resentment. Little friend, today, all the big shots are gathered here. They are all sage-level experts. You are just a martial immortal junior. Are you courting death? The Jian family's emperor didn't speak because of his status, but the prime minister had already spoken. Do you know what you're saying? The other people who seemed to be dressed extraordinarily also spoke up. This made Jian Xiujie's expression change drastically, and he kept winking at Lin Ling. However, it was as if Lin Ling did not see his gaze. He said indifferently, "I'm saying that he's talking nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, the garden fell silent. Previously, they could think that Lin Ling was young and frivolous, so they could forgive Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling still had to say it again. Wasn't this not embarrassing Grandmaster Yunpe of Xian sect? No, it should be said that it was a clean slap. The emperor of the Jian family couldn't bear it anymore and said in a dignified voice, "We are talking. Since when do you have the right to interrupt?" "I was invited by brother Jian Xiujie. Why can't I speak? To be honest, if he hadn't invited me here, you people wouldn't have been able to invite me." Hearing that, Lin Ling said indifferently. Jian Xiujie immediately grimaced. Although Lin Ling couldn't be offended, Lin Ling didn't need to offend this group of big shots. At that time, he, Jian Xiujie, wouldn't be able to get out of the embarrassing situation. The fact was indeed so. Everyone looked at Jian Xiujie with angry gazes. The emperor of the Jian family sighed and shook his head, as if he was extremely disappointed with Jian Xiujie. This made Jian Xiujie want to cry but have no tears. Of course, it was impossible for the emperor of the Jian family to be angry with a junior, so he planned to chase him away. However, at this time, Grandmaster Yunpe, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled and said, "It's fine. There has never been a peak in the field of spirit barriers, and there has never been anyone who is omnipotent. Although I'm the #1 spirit barrier master in Xian sect, I can't guarantee that I know everything. Especially when it comes to things related to gods, I'm even more ambiguous. Since this little friend dares to speak, you must be a descendant of a god in the divine continent." As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. They felt that Grandmaster Yunpe had the demeanor of an expert. Even though he was questioned, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was extremely magnanimous. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they were immediately filled with disdain. "Grandmaster Yunpe is still the most amazing. Little friend, why aren't you reporting your master?" The emperor of the Jian family said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling casually walked around and sniffed the flowers around him. He had a leisurely look on his face. This attitude undoubtedly caused the expressions of the experts to turn ugly. "Actually, when it comes to the field of spirit barriers, I don't have a master," Lin Ling said as he sniffed the flowers. Grandmaster Yunpe frowned when these words sounded. Was this fellow mocking him? He thought that those who could come here were either rich or noble. No matter what, they would have some background. Who knew that the blue-robed youth was like an ordinary person with no background at all? However, you're right. You really don't know much about gods. Lin Ling put down the flowers in his hand. He seemed to have confirmed something, so he said indifferently. This kind of narcissistic attitude caused the experts to be completely dissatisfied. How could Grandmaster Yunpe be magnanimous? His indifferent old face was gloomy at this moment. "Ignore him." "Grandmaster Yunpe, please set up the 9 suns divine formation. The emperor of the Jian family was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He almost wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he still endured it. Alright. Grandmaster Yun Pe immediately nodded. Perhaps it was because of Lin Ling, his mood was very bad. He wanted to prove himself even more, so he agreed very straightforwardly. Myriad chi of heaven and earth, natural wind and clouds. He began to lay down layers of barriers, causing the garden to quietly warm up. Everyone immediately revealed a smile. As expected of a purple-robed world spiritist. The moment he made a move, it was obvious whether he was capable or not. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they discovered that the latter was squatting down to investigate something. They immediately felt even more disdain. 9 suns formation, 9 suns, void, origin, profound, front, fight, heaven, earth, Jin, 3. As time passed, the scorching aura became even stronger. Grandmaster Yun Pe was like a god, as if he controlled the climate and feng shui of the entire universe. Everyone felt comfortable all over, and their admiration for Grandmaster Yun Pe increased by a bit. Little friend, you said that I'm talking nonsense. I don't know why you're so sure. Suddenly, Grandmaster Yun Pe stopped setting up spirit barriers and looked indifferently at Lin Ling as he spoke. Everyone also looked at Lin Ling with contempt and sneers. In their opinion, Grandmaster Yun Pe's sudden question was definitely to teach this brat a lesson. In reality, I'm 100% sure. Because from the beginning, you didn't find the right source. So, you're talking nonsense. Lin Ling stared at Grandmaster Yun Pe as he spoke in an extremely serious manner. However, this sentence caused Grandmaster Yun Pe to frown deeply. He thought that after he set up a spirit barrier, this brat would definitely submit to him. Chapter 3045. When my flowers bloom. Who exactly are you? Don't you know you need to humbly seek guidance from your seniors? Grandmaster Yun Pe was clearly angered. In reality, the path of spirit formations is respected by those who are capable. So, you are still not considered a senior. However, Lin Ling slowly replied. Grandmaster Yun Pe was completely enraged. He is Grandmaster Yun Pe from the Xian sect, a purple-robed spirit formation master. If you are a spirit formation cultivator, how could you not know him? I think you don't even know who Grandmaster Yun Pe is. Even the Jian family's emperor reprimanded Lin Ling on behalf of Grandmaster Yun Pe. He had never seen a junior like Lin Ling. He was clearly wrong, but he refused to admit it. I have indeed never heard of him. Under Jian Xiujie's increasingly panicked gaze, Lin Ling honestly nodded. Then do you know why the flowers here are so cold? Do you know what this place is? Do you know how many ancient auras from the era of gods have gathered here? You simply don't know. You are only speaking nonsense. Grandmaster Yun Pe coldly shouted. Where was his previous calmness? I indeed don't know what you said. Hearing that, Lin Ling very honestly nodded. Instantly, the crowd looked at him with even more disdain and anger. A junior like him who refused to admit defeat should simply be taught a lesson. Jian Xiujie had a bitter expression. He thought Lin Ling, as the disciple of the 4 heavenly kings of Tantra, should have some ability. However, Grandmaster Yun Pe kept asking, yet Lin Ling said he didn't know anything. Most importantly, it was fine if he didn't know, but he was actually pretending. I indeed don't know what you said. At that moment, Lin Ling repeated what he said before, but this time he added, because what you said is nonsense. Anger. At this moment, the flames of anger were boiling in the garden. Everyone wanted to attack Lin Ling and teach this junior who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Even Sakura bitterly smiled. He did help Lin Ling, but Lin Ling also needed to have some confidence. However, from the looks of it, Lin Ling indeed didn't know anything. In reality, no one knew because Lin Ling had found the source. And the source was related to Lin Ling. It was one of the broken swords in the mysterious scabbard. The scabbard was something that Lin Ling could not see through. Lin Ling guessed it was a product of the era of gods. Yin energy. And Yin energy. As the scabbard was very ordinary and buried in the ground, ordinary people would not be able to detect it. If Lin Ling had not carried the scabbard on his back, he would not have noticed it either. As for that Grandmaster Yun Po's world spirit comprehension, Lin Ling felt that it was merely so. In fact, it could even be said to be completely unremarkable. Good. It's been a long time since I've seen a junior who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Master Yunpa smiled, but everyone could see that his smile was filled with anger. Do you know the one origin yang boundary technique? Do you know the Book of Changes 20? Do you know the innate 8 trigrams and the postnatal 8 trigrams boundary technique? Master Yunpo's aura spread out and his robe fluttered. As he took a step forward, an arrogant voice came from his mouth. Everyone was intimidated by his aura and quietly retreated. The reverence in their eyes became even stronger. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "What you said is child's play. Moreover, what does this have to do with the current difficult and complicated disease? Don't change the topic." Enough. You don't know anything and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Today, I'll let you die wholeheartedly convinced. Killing intent appeared in Master Yunpo's eyes. Obviously, he was provoked to the point of wanting to kill Lin Ling. Look at my boundary technique. He knew that he could rely on his mouth, experience, and knowledge. No matter what, he couldn't make this junior bow his head. Then, let's see the results. As his palm landed on the ground, the entire garden suddenly changed. The temperature suddenly rose and it was full of vitality. The originally lifeless flowers became emerald green at this moment. The formation that was set up before was now showing its effect. Everyone was overjoyed and they all laughed. "Your Majesty, look, it's blooming." The Prime Minister looked at one of the spiritual flowers in ecstasy because it had bloomed. This was also the first flower that had bloomed in the garden in 10 years. "It's really amazing," Jian Xiujie also said in shock. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. "If I hadn't solved the source, with his formation, it would at most be temporarily effective. In less than a month, everything will return to normal." Hearing that, Jian Xiujie smiled bitterly, but he complained in his heart. Young Hero Lin, if it weren't for your identity and my good relationship with your big brother, not to mention father, even I would have taught you a lesson today." Obviously, even now, he thought that Lin Ling didn't know how to appreciate favors. "Second brother, let's go now." Seeing everyone in ecstasy and constantly flattering Master Yunpo, Sakura said bitterly. "Let's go." Lin Ling nodded. Because he seemed to be smelling the flowers in the garden, but in fact, he had quietly taken the broken sword away. Therefore, there was no need to stay now. "What, are you planning to leave with your tail between your legs?" However, there was someone who didn't want him to leave, and that person was Master Yunpa. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, their eyes full of mockery. This clown is finally going to take his curtain call. Now, they wanted to see what this clown had to say. "Father, how about..." Jian Xiujie obviously wanted to plead for Lin Ling. "Shut up." The Jian clan's emperor refused and stared at Lin Ling unexpectedly. Lin Ling wasn't embarrassed at all and was still as calm as ever. "If it wasn't for my big brother, I definitely wouldn't have come to the herb garden today. Because as I said before, you can't invite me. However, your hospitality is too disappointing. I'm here to help, but you didn't even greet me. There's only disdain. Fine, I'll let you see my ability." Lin Ling put his left hand behind his back and began to wave his right hand. Layers of barriers sprinkled down like starlight, as though he was summoning the gods of the universe. Rumble. A deafening sound suddenly rang out. What was terrifying was that only the sound could be heard, but nothing could be seen. In fact, that was the millions of barriers that Lin Ling had set up. With Lin Ling as the center, rich vitality began to spread out. In the garden, the only flower that had bloomed quietly withered at this moment, causing everyone's eyes to widen. But in the next moment, the spiritual flowers that hadn't bloomed all bloomed, and their fragrance drifted through the herb garden. Everyone was stunned as though they had been struck by lightning. Master Yunpo's body continued to tremble as he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Amidst the fragrance of the flowers, Lin Ling's blue-robed figure was like a cloud in the flowers. With his hands behind his back, he quietly disappeared, but a disdainful sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 3046. There was no face to speak of. What kind of barrier is this? Why does it give me the feeling of a natural barrier? Furthermore, is it instantaneous? Grandmaster Yunpa became absent-minded. What is the aura of a natural barrier? And Grandmaster Yunpa, what is instantaneous? The Jian family members were still in shock. Someone let out a sharp cry. The aura of a natural barrier is a barrier formed by all things in the world. It is not born among humans. For example, in some ancient lands of miracles, because of the uncanny workmanship, when ordinary people enter, it is very easy for them to get lost. This is the might of the firmament of the universe. And right now, the barrier around us has such an aura, causing the spiritual flowers to naturally bloom in the firmament. As for instantaneous, it is an extremely profound level in the path of barriers. With a thought, the barrier will spread everywhere. Moreover, the minimum requirement is 100 million. At present, this level of barrier only appears in legends. Without a huge amount of soul power and the right time, it is simply impossible to succeed. The path of barriers I learned is from the Miao school. However, even in the Miao school, I have never heard of such an instantaneous ability. The crowd was confused. They did not understand at all. However, they felt that the young man was too godly. It was simply shocking. Without mentioning anything else, just the effect of the barrier was enough to prove everything. Earlier, when Grandmaster Yunpa laid down the 9 Suns divine formation, all things appeared with vitality. There was even a spiritual flower that bloomed. However, when that young man made a move, it was not just a single flower. It was simply 100 flowers blooming, colorful and colorful. From this point of view, that young man was truly qualified to reprimand Grandmaster Yunpa. Where is that Grandmaster? The Jian family's emperor hurriedly said. His gaze swept around, but there was no sign of Lin Ling and Yunpo in the garden. Your Majesty, look, the grand yellow flower has borne fruit. Heavens, doesn't this flower only bear fruit after 1,000 years? Also, this great sun soul-shattering grass has actually turned into a worm. According to legends, only when there is no mountain and the heaven and earth are united will the great sun soul-shattering grass regain its soul and turn it into a worm. This garden's barrier is likely very ancient. Everyone continued to exclaim. Grandmaster Yunpo was the most excited. When he saw the mysterious barrier on the ground, his entire body began to tremble. If this old man is not mistaken, then this barrier came from the ancient tree in Simple Mountain. Legend has it that this ancient tree was created by a barrier. I didn't expect this child to be able to arrange it. Towards the end, Grandmaster Yunpo was so agitated that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions instantly became extremely unsightly. Now, they were too embarrassed to face that young man. The Jian clan's emperor stomped his feet, feeling extremely regretful. He looked around and found that his son had also disappeared. This made him feel relieved. He hoped that his son would be able to bring that noble person back again. At this moment, outside the Jian clan's imperial city, 2 figures were slowly moving forward. That's too much. In any case, we're here to help, but who knew that the Jian family's hospitality would be so disappointing? Sakura still seemed to be unable to vent his anger. Who cares? Anyway, I've already gotten what I need. Moreover, the garden will be fine in the short term, but in the long term, the vitality left by the gods in the garden will definitely dissipate. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, Sakura blinked. What will happen if the vitality disappears? It will become an ordinary place, no longer a miracle. This is called retribution for evil. The 2 of them continued to talk, but Lin Ling's footsteps soon stopped. He looked behind him and said indifferently, You've been following us for so long. Could it be that you plan to return to the tantric sect with us? Suddenly, Jian Xiujie walked out awkwardly. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself. Previously, he was indeed too cold to Lin Ling. If you're inviting me back, Then you don't have to open your mouth. I helped you before only because of my big brother. Otherwise, do you think your Jian family could invite me? Also, let me tell you, don't think that just because your Jian family isn't from the spirit state, you're amazing. In the 9 states, the ancient figures I know are thousands of times more than your Jian family. Lin Ling said as he looked at Jian Xiujie. Jian Xiujie was even more embarrassed. He quickly bowed to Lin Ling and said, "Young hero Lin, we were blind before. I hope that you can be magnanimous and not be bothered by our rudeness. Now, my father has instructed me to invite you back. I hope that young hero Lin will give me this face. If young hero Lin doesn't give me face today, I'll pay a visit in the future and beg for forgiveness until young hero Lin forgives us." After saying that, Jian Xiujie also bowed down. However, Sakura's face was full of disdain. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend, but when they were being mocked, Jian Xiujie didn't help them at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with resentment. Thus, he had seen through this friend of his. "You don't have any face in front of me. Also, I know that you want to tell your Jian family's emperor that I'm a disciple of Xing Xiun. However, I advise you not to speak carelessly. Otherwise, if you bring trouble to my master, I'll destroy your Jian family too. Big brother, let's go." Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, then left with Sakura. Jian Xiujie wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything and left helplessly with a bitter face. After returning to the Jian family's imperial city, he hesitated for a long time. In the end, he didn't dare to reveal Lin Ling's origin. After all, if Xing Xiun was angered, their Jian family wouldn't be able to bear it. After knowing that the deity had disappeared, Master Yun Pe and the Jian family's emperor were filled with regret. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm afraid that Senior is a descendant of a deity. However, I missed it. Sigh, I really want to slap myself 3 times. Master Yun Pe sighed continuously. When he was angry, he really slapped himself. At this moment, Lin Ling and Sakura were also heading towards Tantra. It didn't take long for them to arrive. "Senior brother Lin Ling." "Greetings, senior brother." Along the way, many people bowed to Lin Ling. Even some of the half-saint experts were the same. They looked at Lin Ling with complicated gazes. There was awe and envy. Lin Ling smiled slightly, appearing neither arrogant nor humble. Although this Lin Ling came from the spirit province and his strength isn't weak, his aura is extremely extraordinary. Yeah, he became Lord Xing Xiun's disciple, but he didn't panic at all. It's obvious that he's experienced a lot. Although he defeated the number 1 geniuses of the various sects, the geniuses of Tantra are stronger than him. Some people were still envious, but there were also people who secretly admired him. "Hehe, second brother, even I envy you. After all, the spirit province is even more ancient and vast than the green province. The experts here all respect you. This isn't a simple matter," Sakura said beside Lin Ling. He knew that the experts of Tantra were all climbing up in order to be respected by others. However, Lin Ling had just come to the spirit province and had no achievements, but he was already above tens of thousands of people. Who wouldn't be jealous of this kind of fortune? Chapter 3047. They arrived at the fairy sect. Big brother, power, treasures, reverence, worship, and so on are all fleeting. Only power is everything. Don't indulge in power. Sakura shuddered. Unlike Lin Ling, he was more ambitious and more like a god emperor, so he had always envied Lin Ling's identity. But now, he seemed to have been struck by lightning. Somehow, he seemed to have understood something. With great power, I can even kill gods. By then, why would I need the worship of these ants? Moreover, I'm an ordinary person. I have a sword that will kill anyone who disobeys me. In the end, they will all submit to me. Traversing time and space, only strength remains unchanged. I fear nothing, Lin Ling said again, which made Sakura stunned on the spot as his mind rumbled. Lin Ling smiled faintly and strode forward. He knew that Sakura must have understood something, so he naturally would not disturb him. In fact, this was indeed the case. Not only were there many dangers on the path of martial arts, but there were also many temptations. If Lin Ling enjoyed the feeling of being superior in the tantric sect today, he could only roam freely in the world of the tantric sect. It would be difficult for him to leave the wider world, let alone take revenge. Therefore, Lin Ling had never taken the worship of the tantric sect seriously. Second brother, I understand. Yes. Before long, Sakura caught up with him, his expression much calmer. He also reacted very calmly to the gazes around him, as if he was looking at ordinary people. His heart had quietly fallen on the 9 states. Looks like Big Brother understands. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but smile. He sensed that Sakura's realm had not increased, but his understanding of martial arts had. He was probably only 1 step away from the complete ultimate martial Tao. This also meant that Sakura could easily comprehend the power of the universe, unless it was the power of rank. Lin Ling. Yes. Disciple. Yes. When they arrived at the peak, 2 figures were already waiting there. There was also a huge red-crowned crane, and they were none other than Meng Lu and Xing Xiaoyun. From the looks of it, they seemed to have been waiting for Lin Ling and Yi Futian. This made Lin Ling frown. He originally wanted to say hello and then go home with his brother, but now it seemed that he would be delayed again. Disciple, you've kept us waiting. Let's go. I'll take you to the fairy sect today. Xing Xiaoyun immediately laughed out loud. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling frowned. Sakura, on the other hand, looked expectant. Oh, I heard that the fairy sect is a place where beauties of the tantric sect gather. Ordinary people can't enter at all. Senior Xing Xiaoyun, are you really going to take us there? Of course. Today I'm going to see Lin Ling's lovely wife. Xing Xiaoyun nodded immediately. Without waiting for Lin Ling to refuse, he dragged Lin Ling up onto the immortal crane. Master, I don't want to find a wife right now. If you don't want to find one now, it means that you will in the future. We can meet now and get to know each other better. Yes. That's right, second brother. It's not a big deal for a man to have a few more wives. I think you and the others will understand. Yes. Since his resistance was futile, Lin Ling had no choice but to follow Xing Xiaoyun to the fairy sect. On the red-crowned cranes, the wind was extremely ferocious. However, none of them were weak, so they were as calm as a mountain. Sakura and Xing Xiaoyun were talking about how powerful the fairy sect was, while Lin Ling was cultivating with his eyes closed. In fact, he was inspecting the scabbard. He had obtained another broken sword from the Jian family, and it had been easily absorbed by the scabbard. Now, the scabbard's hostility toward Lin Ling was weakening. Moreover, after the broken sword returned, Lin Ling clearly sensed the changes in the scabbard. Its level power had reached 30%, and it was definitely not an ordinary level power. This made Lin Ling even more curious about the owner of the scabbard. We're here. Soon, Xing Xiaoyun spoke. The ground was covered with peach blossoms, making it look like a fairyland. Silver bell-like sounds rang from time to time, making people restless. This peach blossom forest is set up by a barrier. Don't barge in. Xing Xiaoyun said as he landed on the immortal crane. Who's there? Women walked out of the dazzling peach blossoms. They were extremely beautiful and looked like fairies. They would be favored by the heavens no matter where they were. Haha, I'm Xing Xiaoyun. Senior Xing Xiaoyun, please come in. Guards, inform the sect master that Master Xing Xiaoyun is here. The depths of the peach blossoms became lively as more and more women appeared. What was even more surprising was that not only were the young women here graceful, even the older ones were alluring. One could see that when these women were young, they were also devastatingly beautiful existences. Is that Xing Xiaoyun's disciple? He's so handsome. Yeah, I saw him defeat Beihan with one move last time. He was extremely cool back then. But that white-haired young man is not bad either. Silver bell-like sounds drifted out of the peach blossoms. This made Lin Ling and the rest feel as though they had come to a country of women. Among them, Lin Ling remained indifferent and wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. Meng Lu's white hair fluttered in the wind, looking extraordinarily grave and stern. On the contrary, Sakura's personality was straightforward as he kept blinking his eyes at the beauties, making them laugh continuously. Lin Ling and Meng Lu looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Sakura's temperament was somewhat domineering, like an ambitious and ruthless person. Therefore, whatever he was thinking in his heart, he wouldn't hide it and directly express it. "Big brother Yun, are you finally willing to come and see me?" At this moment, a woman who looked to be in her 40s floated down from the sky while stepping on a 5-colored cloud. She wore a jade crown and was gorgeously dressed. She was also extremely beautiful. If not for the traces left on her face by time, she would definitely be an unforgettable top beauty. But even so, even though time had left its mark, it still made the woman more feminine. "Sect Master." All the disciples of the fairy sect bowed to her. However, the woman ignored the gazes around her and looked at Xing Xiun affectionately. This time, Lin Ling and the other two opened their mouths wide. They had always thought that Xing Xiun was bragging, but now it seemed that Xing Xiun was not lying to them. However, although Xing Xiun was powerful and had the demeanor of an immortal, he was only an old man. On the other hand, the sect master of the fairy sect was an alluring beauty, and the two of them were not compatible at all. I'm here." Xing Xiun's expression also became tender and affectionate. Lin Ling and the other two immediately got goosebumps. There must be a story between these two adulterers that no one else knew. "How many years has it been? You've finally come to see me for the first time." The woman's eyes flickered, and she seemed very excited. "Master, let's walk around." Chapter 3048. Longyang. Go on, take a look at Longyang while you're at it. Xing Xiun didn't even look at Lin Ling and continued to stare at that woman. This made Lin Ling suspect that Xing Xiun might be using his marriage to visit his old lover. "I despise you." Sakura also had this thought and secretly raised his middle finger. The three of them strolled around the peach blossom forest with nothing to do. "I heard that Longyang's fiancé is here." "That's right, I saw him earlier too. Although that kid is somewhat extraordinary, I feel that he's still not worthy of Longyang. A toad lusting after a swan's meat." Suddenly, whispers came from the peach blossom forest in front of them. "Longyang doesn't want to get married, but that kid used Lord Xing Xiun's mouth to spread the news everywhere, making it hard for Longyang to meet people now. That's right, if he really has the ability, then he should rely on himself to move Longyang. Relying on Master, what kind of man is he?" Now Longyang found an excuse to go into seclusion to cultivate and doesn't want to meet that coward who relies on Master. But I don't know if Sect Master will agree or not. I think Sect Master will definitely not agree. Since he came personally, Longyang has to meet him no matter what. The voices continued to float over and finally disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling and the other two were stunned there. This group of gossips, talking nonsense. Sakura seemed to be unable to hold it in as the veins on his forehead popped out. These women's words were too unpleasant to hear. It was as if everything they said was Lin Ling's idea. They didn't know that Lin Ling was against this marriage. Especially that, a toad lusting after a swan's meat, this kind of words undoubtedly insulted Lin Ling. Previously I was very curious what the #1 beauty of Tantra was like, but now I'm suddenly not interested anymore. In his opinion, Longyang might not like Lin Ling, but Lin Ling didn't like Longyang either. The two of them could talk things out face to face and then cut off their marriage. However, Longyang agreed to the marriage, but she spread rumors everywhere, as if Lin Ling was pestering her. "What a shameless woman," Sakura said again. However, Lin Ling smiled instead. "Since it's like this, it's to my liking. Let's go and stroll around. After Master has finished hooking up with his old lover, we'll also make a trip home." "Alright, I haven't been back to Qingzhou in a long time." Hearing this, Sakura instantly smiled and nodded. With their current strength, returning to the Azure Province was enough to stir up a storm. "I won't be going back. I'll explore the Spirit Province for a bit and wait for you guys to come back. Anyway, the two of you can settle the matters in the Green Province." Meng Lu shook his head. The three of them walked casually in the peach blossom forest, but they couldn't be bothered to look at Longyang. However, The peach blossom forest wasn't big and they quickly walked through it. Under a peach blossom temple, a large number of women gathered there, causing the flowers to dim in comparison. Sister Longyang. Their gazes landed on a woman. This woman wore a pink dress, revealing her fair and slender legs. Her figure was also extremely perfect. If she was a bit too fat, she would be considered fat. If she was a bit too thin, she would be considered too thin. She was simply the most perfect woman's body. Her face was also extremely attractive and exquisite to the extreme, especially the pair of red boots on her feet, which added a touch of seduction to her. And this was the #1 beauty of Tantra. Although this woman's temperament isn't much, she's really beautiful. Sakura was stunned and said in disbelief. Even Menglu's eyes flickered with a strange light. Everyone loved beauty, especially admiring beautiful things. This was human nature. Therefore, he didn't deny that Longyang was indeed very beautiful. This woman's talent isn't simple. Compared to Sakura and Menglu, Lin Ling looked very stealthily, as though he could see through Longyang's dress. His 10,000 devil eyes continued to flicker, because he saw that Longyang's body had the same aura as his. It was the aura of the Dragon Clan. Longyang, you're finally willing to see me. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. This made Lin Ling and the rest see that there was another person under the Peach Blossom Temple. It was a handsome young man wearing a red robe. I didn't expect that there would be a piece of rat poop among the 100 flowers. Sakura was tongue-tied. To be honest, if that fellow didn't speak, he would have ignored him. Simply a disgrace to the scenery. Menglu also shook his head in disdain. He was admiring a beauty when a toad suddenly ran out. This made his mood instantly turn bad. Cho Junlang, senior sister Longyang, already said that she wants to cultivate in seclusion. It's only because the sect master ordered her to come out. She didn't deliberately avoid you. A beauty beside Longyang also spoke. This woman's appearance was also very good, but she couldn't compare to Longyang. Moreover, Longyang has a fiancé. You've repeatedly pursued her, which will affect her reputation. Moreover, she's here today to see her fiancé. The woman said again. Longyang still remained silent, as though she had tacitly agreed. In fact, she already knew the young man in front of her, Cho Junlang. He was one of her most ardent pursuers. However, she really didn't have any feelings for Cho Junlang, so she planned to use her fiancé to push him away. Fiancé? Who is it? The young man seemed to have just returned to the spirit province, so he was confused. Senior brother Cho, you don't know? Right now, the spirit province is abuzz with the news. Longyang's fiancé is Lord Xing Shiyun's disciple, Lin Ling. The beauty said again, what a pity. Lord Xing Shiyun is famous, but he recruited such a disciple. This disciple came from Qing province, and with Lord Xing Shiyun's enormous cultivation resources, he's stronger than the geniuses of the various sections. We can't do anything about him. It's that brat? I've heard of him. The young man was furious. Motherfucker, even trash like you dares to fight with me over Longyang? Longyang, don't worry, I'll settle this marriage for you. I want that trash to kneel in front of me and eat shit. As expected, beauty made people lose their minds. Cho Junlang was like this. No, he's Lord Xing Shiyun's disciple. Longyang also spoke this time. He's just a coward who relies on his master. I, Cho Junlang, have traveled all over the 9 provinces and defeated countless geniuses, experts, descendants of gods, and hundreds of bloodlines. Where's trash like him? Don't worry, Lord Xing Shiyun doesn't have the final say in Tantra. In the chaos of the universe, strength is everything. But when I can step on that trash, I think Lord Tantra won't say anything. Cho Junlang's long hair danced wildly as he spoke boldly. As expected of senior brother Cho. The eyes of the surrounding beauties all flickered. Don't worry, I'll hold up your sky. Now tell me, where is that trash? Trash your whole family. But at this time, a cold shout suddenly sounded. Sakura couldn't help but speak. Who are you? Only then did everyone notice Lin Ling and the other 2 standing in the distance. I'm your grandfather. Chapter 3049. Curishan's innate talent. How dare you? State your name. Cho Junlang stepped forward and spoke in a thunderous voice. Brother, let me do it. Lin Ling walked out slowly and looked at Cho Junlang calmly. I'm the trash you're talking about, Xingxiu Yun's disciple, Lin Ling. It's you? Cho Junlang was stunned and his expression turned even colder. You're the toad who's been bothering Longyang? What a disgrace. You're useless, but you're using your master's name to commit crimes. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. He couldn't find an excuse to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Who knew that Lin Ling would jump out on his own? Lin Ling, right? Leave now. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. Longyang immediately spoke when she saw that Cho Junlang was about to attack. Cho Junlang was a genius of Tantric Buddhism. He had represented the spirit state in the 9 states and participated in the 9 states godly genius competition. He was also a second-stage half-saint. Lin Ling was no match for him. Lin Ling was the #1 genius in the various sects, but he wasn't considered a top genius of Tantric Buddhism. It's none of your business. However, Lin Ling coldly shouted. The reason why he had stepped out was not to prove anything. Instead, it was because Cho Junlang had no enmity with him, yet he had stepped on him like trash. Because of this, he wanted to let Cho Junlang know who the real trash was. Longyang was speechless. Sister Longyang, ignore him. This person is relying on his master to do whatever he wants. Let's teach him a lesson. The other girls spoke one after another. They couldn't wait for Lin Ling to be taught a lesson so that he would know the power of Tantric Buddhism. You're Lin Ling, right? I heard that you're from Qing State. A country bumpkin suddenly became a star of spirit state. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, this is your first time out of Qing State. You don't know the power of the 9 states. You're too narrow-minded. Cho Junlang's body emitted a black destructive aura. It was rolling and extremely powerful. It was as if he had transformed into a god, ruling over everything. The black destructive energy bared its fangs and brandished its claws. One of the wisps landed on Lin Ling's body, causing black spots to appear on Lin Ling's arm. He couldn't wipe them off. The second layer of half-saint? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That's right. It's a realm that you will always have to look up to. Also, I have a 3rd-grade desolate body, a divine body that comes from the underworld among the 100 bloodlines. It's the innate talent of the 72 underworld kings under the god of the underworld, the Curishan innate talent. You should have heard of the Life Realm's Black River, right? It's a powerful divine river that can corrupt any great Tao, martial arts, or innate talent. Following Cho Junlang's voice, the black clouds began to transform into a river, rolling and surging. Everyone felt the pressure increase, as if the god of the underworld had arrived. This person's innate talent isn't weak. His innate talent is of the same origin as yours and mine. Most importantly, he's at the 2nd layer of half-saint. Even if he doesn't specialize in the power of ranks, with his realm and innate talent, he's above Lin Ling. Seeing this, Meng Lu said solemnly. Sakura was the same. Although he didn't like the young man's contempt, he couldn't deny that this person was indeed very strong. Lin Ling could defeat a 1st-layer half-saint, but they didn't have much confidence against a 2nd-layer half-saint. Should we inform Xingxiu Yun? Meng Lu asked hurriedly, but Sakura shook his head. If they informed Xingxiu Yun about this matter, others would mock Lin Ling even more. I advise you to inform her because Cho Junlang doesn't know how to control his strength. Longyang suddenly transmitted her voice. Shut up. Hearing this, Meng Lu and Sakura shouted angrily because this matter was caused by Longyang. If she didn't like Cho Junlang, she could have rejected him. Why did she have to use Lin Ling as an excuse? You can't block my black water. At this moment, Cho Junlang muttered to himself. He looked at his palm, where a black water droplet was rolling. It made him look extraordinarily stern. Although he looked calm on the surface, in fact, he had already activated his strongest strength. Everything was to easily suppress Lin Ling and let Longyang see clearly who was the best husband for her. The rolling black water enveloped Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling's body to turn jet black. It was extremely terrifying. My innate talent isn't something you can resist, Cho Junlang said indifferently. However, Lin Ling's expression remained indifferent. In fact, he had already activated his 3 desolate physiques and fused his 4 dantians. He then realized that his blackened body was slowly recovering. This person's innate talent is indeed impressive. He has the aura of the underworld, but his martial Dao comprehension seems to be very weak. Lin Ling thought to himself. With a move, he walked out of the black water. You said you came from the 9 states, but from what I see, you are just a passerby in the 9 states. When Lin Ling's voice floated out, Cho Junlang's eyes narrowed. The surrounding beauties also gasped. They wanted to see Lin Ling beg for mercy, but who knew that Lin Ling would walk out of the black water so easily? Furthermore, his blackened body was rapidly recovering. You have some ability. It seems like I need to activate more strength. Cho Junlang's hands moved rapidly. An ancient seal appeared behind him as if he had opened the door to the underworld. It doesn't matter how much strength you activate because I have several ways to defeat you. I just want to see how powerful you are, so I let you be so arrogant. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at Cho Junlang indifferently. What arrogance? Cho Junlang raised his hands to the sky. The sky began to change. Thousands of rays of light from the spirit province were absorbed, forming a large area of black space in the sky. Shameless boasting. The girls from the fairy sect also shouted angrily. In their opinion, Lin Ling had only blocked 1 move by luck. However, instead of taking senior brother Cho seriously, he boasted that he had several ways to defeat him. He was simply overestimating himself. Senior brother Cho was a genius of the tantric sect. How could a genius from a sect compare to him? Blackwater River. Cho Junlang shook his head as if he didn't want to waste his breath. Strength was everything. In the sky, the billowing black space surged like worms. Its destructive aura was so terrifying that it could probably kill any first-tier half-saint. At this moment, the black water crashed onto the ground like a heavenly river. The Peach Blossom Temple was completely destroyed at this moment. Thousands of peach blossoms disappeared into the black water and turned into nothingness. Oh no. Far away, Xing Xiyun's expression changed. Who is so bold to attack in my territory? That one? I think it's Cho Junlang. Oh no, he's been pursuing Longyang. I'm afraid he's attacking Lin Ling. The fairy sect master's expression also changed drastically. The 2 of them hurriedly flew over. They knew that Lin Ling wasn't qualified to fight against a genius of the tantric sect at the moment. Even Sakura and the others sensed the danger and knew that things were getting troublesome. They didn't know if it was too late to inform Xing Xiyun. I've already advised you. Chapter 3050. There are several ways to defeat you. Blackwater Reverse Flow. However, a cold voice was suddenly heard. People saw the black water falling from the sky. On the ground, the blue-robed youth slowly reached behind him and drew his sword. Boo, boo. A demonic cry that didn't seem to exist in this world filled everyone's ears. The disciples of the fairy sect saw that Lin Ling seemed to have transformed into a headless sword demon. They couldn't see him, only a headless ancient god. Swoosh. He slashed out with his sword. It was dazzling, extremely dazzling. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously. When they opened their eyes, they felt a stinging pain in their eyes, but everything returned to normal. The blue-robed youth left slowly with his sword on his back. The black water seemed to be frozen above his head, but the next moment, it started to reverse flow toward the sky. Reverse flow of black water. The Black River of the underworld was Ancestor Black River's famous unique skill. Countless people had imitated it. Although it wasn't as powerful as Ancestor Black River's, it was still a skill that couldn't be underestimated in the 9 states. However, the ancient skill of the gods had been cracked. I'll break one of your arms to teach you a lesson. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice was heard. With his hands behind his back, his long hair danced wildly. Cho Junlang was stunned, but the next moment his right arm was cut off by itself and blood gushed out. He let out a ferocious roar. The previous sword was too fast, definitely exceeding the speed of 100 worlds. He couldn't see through it at all. "I'll kill you." However, he was a genius of Tantric Buddhism, and his broken arm only affected his combat strength to a certain extent. At this moment, he pounced on Lin Ling ferociously with the black water, as if he wanted to perish together with Lin Ling. "Watch out!" The disciples of the fairy sect shouted instinctively. Perhaps Lin Ling's blue robe and sword move had completely moved them because he was too carefree and handsome. "I've said that you're not a genius of the 9 states. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a match for you. You're only slightly stronger than ordinary martial artists in the 2nd level of the half-saint realm," Lin Ling said indifferently as he continued to move forward. "I also said that I have many methods to defeat you." Just as the black water was about to submerge Lin Ling, a strange light appeared. With a crackling sound, the vines pulled out. Boom! The black water was torn apart and shattered. A figure was also sent flying. It was Cho Junlang. At this moment, his eyes were wide open. My talent! Previously, he had almost attacked Lin Ling, but at the crucial moment, the black vines had suddenly appeared. Like a thunderbolt, they had instantly struck out his innate talent, causing his strength to be directly reduced by as much as 80%. This made him realize that the person he called trash actually had many ways to defeat him. He was nothing. "You are no match for me." At this moment, Lin Ling stopped and spoke indifferently. On the surface of his body, snake-like vines were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, causing him to seem like the king of all living beings. At this moment, the fairy sect fell silent. Up in the sky, Xing Xiaoyun and Su Li were also stunned. How could Lin Ling defeat a 2nd-level half-saint? Although Xing Xiaoyun knew that Cho Junlang was not a genius and his comprehension of martial Tao was extremely weak, Lin Ling was a martial immortal. The gap between them was not small at all. Little did he know that Lin Ling had become much more powerful during his time in the Tantric sect. In particular, the 3rd part of the scabbard had increased Lin Ling's strength by as much as 40%. This guy seems to have no limits. Then, Xing Xiaoyun smiled relaxedly. He had been extremely worried before. Fortunately, it seemed that his disciple was not someone who could be easily bullied. At this moment, the vines on Lin Ling's body emitted cold sounds to protect Lin Ling. The leaves on the vines were black and extremely creepy, making Lin Ling look demonic. Coupled with his wildly dancing long hair, his appearance was undoubtedly imprinted in the hearts of every disciple of the fairy sect. In fact, I also hate toads who want to eat swan meat, especially those who talk about this marriage everywhere. This disgusts me because I didn't agree to this marriage. Therefore, I came here today to tell the fairy sect that your most beautiful disciple is not good enough for me. Don't be a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd. His expression was extremely calm. He stepped forward and left behind a shocking statement. After saying that, he left quietly. The fairy sect fell into a dead silence. Long Yang was stunned. So were all the beauties. Their hearts were pounding as if they had been humiliated. But it just so happened that they couldn't refute it. Because with the strength that Lin Ling had displayed so far, he did indeed have the qualifications to say that. Although the most beautiful girl of the fairy sect and the most beautiful girl of the tantric sect was favored by the heavens, she paled in comparison to Lin Ling, who had defeated a genius of the tantric sect when he was only a martial immortal. Therefore, even if no one said who the toad was, everyone knew that the white swan was Lin Ling. This brat. Seeing Lin Ling leave arrogantly, Xing Xiun smiled bitterly. He's just like you when you were young. Beside her, the fairy sect master shook her head helplessly, but she also smiled. This marriage can't be avoided. I have the same idea as you. Let our disciples finish what we failed to do in the past. Xing Xiun nodded. Although he's stubborn, I have a way to deal with him. However, I don't know what your Long Yang is thinking. Actually, Long Yang is very kind. She's not like what you see. Besides, she didn't spread the rumor. The sect master of the fairy sect said meaningfully as she looked at the second most beautiful disciple of the fairy sect. Long Yang's bosom was bouncing violently as she looked at the figure in the distance with her beautiful eyes. No one knew what she was thinking, but it was obvious that she wasn't angry. There was even an apologetic look in his eyes. "My good disciple, why are you walking so fast?" After bidding farewell to the fairy sect master, Xing Shiyun immediately caught up with Lin Ling and the other two. "Master, if you're here to talk about marriage, I advise you not to waste your time." Lin Ling rolled his eyes at Xing Shiyun, who smiled helplessly. He knew that this matter couldn't be rushed, so he didn't mention it for the time being. "By the way, I plan to go back to Green Province." Seeing that Xing Shiyun didn't mention that matter, Lin Ling relaxed. "But you've been in the Spirit Province for 3 years. It's good to go back and take a look. By the way, our tantric sect happens to have people in the Green Province. Should I inform them?" "That's not necessary. There shouldn't be anything in Green Province that I can't solve at the moment. Then go and come back quickly. The tantric sect and the manifestation sect will also hold this conference in a year. The rewards will be very generous. Don't miss it." "That's good. The cultivation resources in the Spirit Province are indeed much better than in Green Province." Chapter 3051. Yu Yu broke through to the martial immortal realm. Back then, when he left behind a seal in the Azure Province. Through the space-time divine steel, he could reach there quickly. This was the power of the space-time divine steel. Even Xing Shiyun was envious of such power. Under Xing Shiyun's constant instructions, Lin Ling and Sakura disappeared from the space-time divine steel. When they reappeared, they were already in the void of the Qingzhou region. The familiar air undoubtedly stunned Lin Ling and Li Yundong. 3 years ago, they left their hometown and walked to a wider world. 3 years later, they returned. But 3 years ago, they were helpless against the Azure Emperor. They were still unable to control the great Azure Divine Dynasty. But now Lin Ling was the sole ruler. "No one can stop me from avenging the Empress Dowager." Lin Ling's eyes flickered. After dealing with the Empress Dowager, his only enemies were Tian Lioli and the Heavenly Court. "Big brother, although we could change the Azure Province in the past, we could not change the rules of the gods. But now, no one in the Azure Province dares to go against us." Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Ling strode forward. Behind him, Sakura smiled. He had not seen Ancestor Tai Yen, his master, and the others for a long time. He wondered what kind of expression they would have when they saw his strength increase. Then, Sakura followed closely behind Lin Ling. The two of them walked side by side. They did not seem to be very fast, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared in the Azure Province. Spring seemed to have arrived in the Azure Province. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Even the air was filled with vitality. The huge ancient city was like a machine. It was still moving. However, in the ancient sky, the Divine Emperor's seal seemed to have calmed down. On a mountain range far away in the Azure Province, Lin Ling and Sakura appeared and looked into the distance. "The Son of Heaven's mandate has finally appeared. Second brother, the third princess has become the Azure Emperor, right? If there are no accidents, the third princess should have become the Azure Emperor." Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In the past, Xing Shiyun came and drove away the Azure Emperor, making him not dare to interfere with the Son of Heaven's mandate. Thus, if there are no accidents, the third princess was the most likely to become the Azure Emperor. The two of them flew towards Qingzhou. At this moment, in Qingzhou, the various cities were still filled with the spirit of martial arts. To the martial artists from the 10,000 worlds, the strength of the powerhouses in Qingzhou was monstrous. They were as powerful as gods. However, to Lin Ling and Yi Zichen, who had returned from the Spirit Province, Qing Province was indeed much weaker. To the 9 great divine lands, Qing Province was like building a chariot behind closed doors. It's no wonder that martial artists want to leave the Green Province and head towards a wider world. Only by flying higher can one see further. Sakura sighed and said, everything was like what Lin Ling had said. When you're addicted to your current achievements, then you'll be stuck at the same spot for the rest of your life. At this moment, under the ancient Green Mountain, a large number of people had gathered. Eighth Baron, Scarlet Jade Tiger, Sunset Glory, and other experts were all present. They looked at one of the mountain peaks with solemn expressions. Rumble. Just then, a rumbling sound came from the mountain peak. A rainbow shot into the sky and illuminated Qing State. Someone had made a breakthrough and entered the martial immortal realm. Moreover, looking at the magnificent rainbow in the sky, there were 2 rainbows, which meant that 2 people were breaking through to the World King realm. To the imperial court, this was a joyous occasion. Therefore, everyone in the imperial court became excited. This was because the ones who had broken through and entered the martial immortal realm were Yu Yu and Shen Yuangu. The 2 of them had benefited greatly from following Lin Ling. Many difficult martial arts problems could be easily solved. This was also the first person to enter the martial immortal realm in the past 3 years in Qingzhou. The martial immortal realm was the realm of immortality. For many martial artists, it was difficult for them to step into this realm in their entire lives. They lived as long as the heavens and earth. In the chaos of the universe, there was no so-called fairness. Therefore, even though many people were envious, they wouldn't hate them out of jealousy. Instead, they were in awe of the martial immortal realm. Someone broke through to the martial immortal realm. In the distant Great Azure Divine Dynasty, some people also looked towards the imperial court. I didn't expect that after Emperor Qing fell seriously ill, there would be someone in the imperial court who could break through to the martial immortal realm. Let's go take a look. That's what I'm thinking. On the Great Azure Divine Dynasty side, several figures walked towards the imperial court. Their footsteps weren't fast, but there was a mysterious rhythm to them. They quietly appeared in the sky with a speed that surpassed 10 realms. I'm here to pay my respects to Emperor Qing. A furious roar could be heard. Rumble. This voice immediately interrupted Yu Yu and Shen Yuange, who were breaking through on the mountain peak, causing the rainbow in the sky to become illusory. Sixth Prince. On the ground, everyone in the imperial court looked over, and their eyes turned red with anger. The 6th Prince was Emperor Qing's son. In the past, when the Great Azure Divine Dynasty fought for the title of Emperor, he didn't plan to compete because he knew how powerful the 99th Prince was. Therefore, many people didn't recognize him. What? Today, we're here to pay our respects to Emperor Qing. In the sky, a young man wearing a pink dragon robe said indifferently. His hands were behind his back, and he gave off a free and unrestrained feeling. You've gone too far. But the 8th Lord roared angrily. The 6th Prince seemed to have come to pay his respects to Emperor Qing, but in fact, he was here to cause trouble. Because, when breaking through to the martial immortal realm, one couldn't be disturbed. If the disturbance was too great, one's previous efforts would be wasted. If one's luck was bad, one's soul might even be destroyed. As expected, the rainbow in the sky became more and more illusory, as if it was going to disappear at any time. I've already said that we're here to pay our respects to Emperor Qing. The 6th Prince looked at the rainbow in the sky indifferently. He was happy, but his face showed anger, as if he was very unhappy that the imperial court's people had stopped him. You've gone too far. You're not letting me see Emperor Qing. His voice floated out. He turned the tables and actually reprimanded the imperial court's people. This time, the imperial court's people were furious because the 6th Prince's last sentence was not only a reprimand, it was also mixed with the rumbling of thunder. It was obvious that he was trying to provoke Yu Yu and Shen Yuange again. If this continued, Yu Yu and Shen Yuange would not only fail to break through, but also show signs of qi deviation. 6th Prince, who in Qingzhou doesn't know that Emperor Qing is seriously ill. If you want to see her, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while. Although they knew that the 6th Prince was doing it on purpose, for the sake of Yu Yu and Shen Yuange, the imperial court's people swallowed their anger. Nonsense! Who would have thought that the 6th Prince would shout again? In Qing province, who doesn't know that the 3rd Princess's Son of Heaven's mandate has become the Qing Emperor's imperial jade seal? She is also the new Qing Emperor. But instead of wishing her well, you cursed her to be seriously ill and slandered the Qing Emperor. Rumble. When he said those words, the earth shook as if the 6th Prince was angry. Bastard! Leave! Chapter 3052. The Azure Emperor's commander's seal controlled the divine guards. However, a child took a big step forward and blocked the crowd's anger. He bowed to the sixth prince in the sky and said, "Sixth prince, it is indeed inconvenient for the Qing Emperor today, so please forgive us. When the Qing Emperor recovers, she will definitely pay you a visit." Yes. This child was the person beside the third princess, Tong Man. He had one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe, the Eye of Destiny. He could see through the fate of others. The reason why he stepped forward was because he sensed a mysterious aura from the sixth prince. He was afraid that the Azure Emperor had taken a fancy to him and obtained some treasure. You know how to talk. Since that's the case, let's forget about today. Ha. Ha ha. The sixth prince nodded. He did not dare to go too far. Although the third princess was seriously ill, she was still the Azure Emperor. Thus, he did not go too far. However, his laughter was bold and unrestrained. It shook the heavens and caused the rainbow in the sky to dissipate. Seeing this, everyone clenched their fists in anger. However, they still endured. Currently, they only hoped that Yu and Tong Man would successfully enter the martial immortal realm. Where's Lin Ling? I heard that Lin Ling took a saint as his master and left the Azure Province 3 years ago. There are countless experts outside the Azure Province. It's not that I don't think highly of Lin Ling, but with Lin Ling's talent, he would only be a servant in the other 9 provinces. Perhaps he's already dead. Sigh, what a pity. Lin Ling was a famous person in the Azure Province, but he overestimated himself and wanted to leave the Azure Province. The sixth prince turned around and left. He seemed to be talking to himself. His words immediately angered the people of the imperial court. However, the impact on Yu and Tong Man on the mountain peak was even greater. Rumble. The illusory rainbow let out a thunderous roar and shattered like glass. This was also the sign of a failed breakthrough. Seeing this, the sixth prince and the other experts sneered. Failed breakthrough? That's great. However, at that moment, a ray of light shot over and smashed into the mountain peak, causing it to crack open. Then, a huge light screen enveloped the mountain peak and sealed everything. The sixth prince and the others frowned. What was going on? The people from the imperial dynasty were the same, but their expressions changed. Did someone use Yu's failure to assassinate them? However, when the members of the imperial court wanted to charge into the barrier of light, they were stopped by the powerful barrier of light, and they weren't able to get close at all. This made them extremely anxious. This is called retribution for evil. The sixth prince and the other powerhouses could not help but laugh. Although they did not know who had suddenly arrived, they felt that this person was here to harm Yu and the others. Rumble. However, a sudden change occurred. In the sky, the shattered rainbows actually condensed once more. Moreover, there were more and more rainbows, and their radiance was boundless. Rainbow, rainbow. When the dazzling rainbow appeared in front of everyone's eyes, everyone was stunned. The people of the imperial court were delighted. It seemed like Yu and the others had received help from a noble. They hoped that they could pass this test. On the contrary, the sixth prince and the others were enraged. This person had come to help Yu and the others? Moreover, they had interrupted Yu and the others' breakthroughs, but who knew that this person's methods were so extraordinary? He had actually reformed the rainbow for Yu and the others to break through to the World King realm. Who is this person? How bold! He dares to be so arrogant in Azure Emperor's Dragon Mansion. If he disrupts Azure Emperor's cultivation, he will be punished. Although they did not know who had come, the sixth prince took the initiative to give this person a big label. The sixth prince took advantage of Azure Emperor's illness to ask about his grandmother's insanity. He does as he pleases and does not place Azure Emperor in his eyes at all. Lord Eighth and the other powerhouses' eyes were filled with killing intent. They wanted nothing more than to immediately kill the sixth prince. Or you, get out here. The sixth prince saw that the mountain peak was silent and the rainbow was becoming more condensed. He immediately roared again, wanting to disrupt Yu and the others. But this time, he was disappointed. This was because the massive barrier of light covered the earth, blocking everything. Instead, the rainbow in the skies became increasingly dazzling. It seemed that Yu and the others were about to break through. Forget it. Let's go back. The sixth prince clenched his teeth. Since he had failed to disrupt them, he didn't plan on staying here any longer. Hold on. But at this time, an icy cold voice sounded out from the ground. This voice was very familiar, causing Sunset Glory and the other powerhouses' complexions to change. That voice seemed to be Lin Ling's. Then, a figure stepped out from the ground. His blue robes fluttered in the wind and his long hair was like flames. His eyes were as cold as swords. You are Lin Ling? Looking at this man, the sixth prince and the others found him increasingly familiar. In the past, Lin Ling had overturned Azure Province. In the entire Azure Province, there weren't many people who didn't know who Lin Ling was. In particular, when Lin Ling defeated the powerhouses of Crimson Province, Azure Province revered Mr. Lin. These words had spread throughout Azure Province and Crimson Province. Thus, how could the sixth prince and the other powerhouses not know who Lin Ling was? They didn't expect Lin Ling to return. No wonder Yu and the others were able to successfully break through. So this was the reason. Lin Ling, we are here to pay our respects to the Azure Emperor. Although the sixth prince was a little wary of Lin Ling, he still forced himself to remain calm as he spoke. However, Lin Ling didn't stop and continued to walk forward. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Forget it. I won't be entangled with you today. If you have anything to say, go find my father. The sixth prince frowned and didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and left. However, just as he turned around, a young man appeared behind him. He was arrogant and unruly like a wild dragon. He was impressively Sakura. He stood there quietly like a ferocious tiger blocking the way. The sixth prince and the others' gazes trembled slightly. Azure Emperor, I will grant you death today. Lin Ling finally spoke. You don't have the right. The sixth prince also knew that Lin Ling wouldn't let him go. At this moment, he was going to fight to the death. Lin Ling, I know that you are very powerful and are an overlord of the Azure State. However, I am also an overlord of the Azure State now. I know that you still think of yourself as the overlord and the third princess as a puppet. However, let me tell you, this is no longer the same as 3 years ago. After saying that, the sixth prince unleashed a powerful aura. This person was actually an 8th stage martial immortal. The Azure Emperor's commander's seal appeared in his hand and he activated his realm essence. The commander's seal instantly emitted an ancient aura. Then, the void exploded and huge Azure State Divine Guards walked out. They were neat and tidy and majestic. What? The Azure Emperor gave the Azure Emperor's commander's seal to the sixth prince. That despicable Azure Emperor. After he left the throne, the Azure Emperor's commander's seal should have been left for the third princess. Seeing that, the people in the imperial court were furious. The Azure Emperor's commander's seal was the key to controlling the great Azure Divine Guards. It was also owned by every Azure Emperor. Kill him. Chapter 3053. I have a sword that comes from the gods. Lin Ling, let's see how you're going to block it. The sixth prince knew that Lin Ling was powerful, but could he block all the divine guards from Green State? The divine guards were able to protect the great Qing divine dynasty, so they naturally had their own strengths. To many martial artists, the divine guards were like gods. Rumble. Tens of millions of divine guards stepped forward and surrounded Lin Ling. Rumble. The huge fists seemed to be able to shatter the sky of Green State, causing it to shatter continuously. In the past, Lin Ling had defeated the Green State Divine Guards, and everyone had witnessed it. However, the number of divine guards now exceeded everyone's imagination. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he would not be able to block the fleshless ancient bronze people. That was indeed the case. People could vaguely see that the divine guards had surrounded Lin Ling, and countless huge fists were bombarding Lin Ling's body. One punch was enough to destroy a world. It was like ants biting an elephant to death. This Lin Ling is truly terrifying. Only by dispatching 9,999 divine guards can we kill him. The sixth prince also looked at Lin Ling with a sinister look in his eyes. Then he quietly became excited because Lin Ling had died in his hands? It was unbelievable just thinking about it. Sixth prince, congratulations. You've killed Lin Ling. You're now the #1 person in Green State. The people around him could not believe it. They were even afraid that they had seen wrongly, so they stared straight ahead and used their heavenly eyes. However, in reality, Lin Ling was indeed surrounded and the scene was extremely miserable. It was likely that he had a slim chance of survival. This unforeseen event happened so quickly that the people in the imperial court could not react in time. Lin Ling could not have died just like that, right? Impossible. How can Lin Ling die here? Days asked. Luo Riyao said with a blank face. Lin Ling had just returned, and then he died? Moreover, this was different from the Lin Ling he knew. In his impression, the Lin Ling in the face of life and death would erupt with greater fighting strength. But now, Lin Ling didn't seem to have any strength to fight back. How could it be impossible? The Qing Province commander's seal represents the power of Qing Province, and is also one of the ancient powers. Although Lin Ling is powerful, he can't compare to a deity. The sixth prince sneered and said disdainfully, "Ants will always be ants. They are always deceived by some false appearances and even feel complacent. They don't even know how high an eagle can fly." But at this moment, a voice came from behind the sixth prince, which made them look back. Only then did they realize that Sakura had been standing there all along. "What do you mean?" The sixth prince frowned. "I say, you bunch of ants are very sad. You think you're standing on the shoulders of giants and have seen through everything in the world. In fact, you're just frogs at the bottom of the well." Sakura smiled and said. That smile made sixth prince and the others uneasy. Sakura and Lin Ling were brothers. Now that Lin Ling was besieged and killed, how could Sakura not help? Are you trying to say that Lin Ling is not dead? The sixth prince had an ominous premonition. Do you think you can kill my second brother? To put it bluntly, any expert in Qing province is like a chicken or a dog to my second brother. Even your father is the same. Sakura said disdainfully. Nonsense. The sixth prince roared angrily. Do ants deceive themselves like this? Open your dog eyes and look ahead. Sakura laughed loudly. He didn't bother to explain anything anymore. The sixth prince and the others looked into the distance. When they saw a figure striding forward, everyone fell silent. Because that was Lin Ling. Most importantly, countless divine guards were also besieging Lin Ling. There were 2 Lin Ling. Could it be that the Lin Ling that is being besieged is a fake? The sixth prince suddenly thought of something and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Tens of millions of divine guards besieging Lin Ling, but they couldn't see the real one. That was too unbelievable. One had to know that the divine guards protected the great Azure God dynasty. So, let alone a mere Lin Ling, even a fly couldn't escape their sense of smell. But now they ignored the real Lin Ling and were besieging the fake Lin Ling. Kill him. The sixth prince didn't think too much. He controlled the commander's seal and pointed his sword at Lin Ling. Rumble. However, the divine guards didn't seem to listen to orders. They were still besieging the fake Lin Ling. What was strange was that the fake Lin Ling was extremely durable and hadn't died yet. How could this be? The sixth prince was a little panicked. Do you think you can kill me just because you control the ancient power? Azure Province is really full of useless people. Lin Ling finally appeared in front of everyone with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "You only dare to be arrogant in front of me. Do you dare to say such words in the eyes of countless authorities in Azure Province?" The sixth prince said ferociously. He was still controlling the divine guards, hoping that they would react and kill the real Lin Ling. "I'm sorry, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everyone who goes against the third princess, including the Emperor Qing. And that's what Lin Ling said." Lin Ling sneered. His voice spread throughout Azure Province, letting all the powerful people in Azure Province know that Lin Ling had returned. Moreover, he even said that everyone present was just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. "How dare you?" Everyone on the sixth prince's side was furious. It was fine to scold them, but to scold the Emperor Qing as well, Lin Ling was courting death. If it weren't for the arrival of the sage, Lin Ling wouldn't have been a match for the Emperor Qing. Did he think he was a sage now? No need to summon them anymore. Under my barrier, your divine guards will never wake up. Lin Ling said when he saw the sixth prince secretly controlling the commander's seal. The sixth prince flew into a rage out of humiliation after being seen through by Lin Ling. He shouted angrily, using evil methods to bewitch the Azure Province divine guards? That's all you, Lin Ling, can do. Is that so? Lin Ling's smile widened. You can only rely on the Emperor Qing's commander's seal, but such a thing is trash to me. After saying that, he shot behind him like a startled Yan Feihong. At the same time, the barrier he had set up earlier disappeared, causing the divine guards to come to their senses. They charged at Lin Ling mercilessly. This unforeseen event directly stunned everyone. Why did the barrier disappear all of a sudden? Without the barrier to bewitch the Azure Province divine guards, they would definitely attack Lin Ling. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he wouldn't be able to stop tens of thousands of divine guards. I have a sword from the era of the gods. At this moment, the sword radiance flashed, sparkling and resplendent. Demonic aura surged as if it had reached the era of the gods. As the sword passed by, all the divine guards froze. It was a spectacular scene. Instead, among the tens of thousands of divine guards, the blue-robed youth slowly walked toward the sixth prince with his sword on his back. It was as if time had stopped. Rumble. However, it didn't last long. The tens of thousands of Azure Province divine guards were all shattered by the sword. Chapter 3054. Changes in Qingzhou. Boom, boom. Deep craters were formed on the ground by the bronze shards. As for the Azure Province divine guards, they were the protectors of the Azure Province and the symbol of the great Azure God dynasty. Every one of them was at the initial stage of the martial celestial realm. In addition to their tough bodies and countless numbers, even those at the peak of the martial celestial realm would not dare to fight them head-on. However, Lin Ling chose to meet force with force, and he was even tougher than the Azure Province divine guards. Even if Lin Ling did not set up a boundary to bewitch the Qing Province divine guards, those divine guards would not be able to withstand a single blow from Lin Ling. What a frightening sword strike! In the past, Lin Ling was able to defeat late-stage martial immortals. Now, I'm afraid that even martial immortals are no match for him. Furthermore, only 3 years have passed. On the ground, the people of the imperial court were mumbling to themselves. As for the sixth prince and the others, they were all dumbstruck. They never thought that the trump card they were so proud of would be like tofu to Lin Ling. Not long after, Lin Ling stood in front of the sixth prince and slowly extended his hand, intending to take away the sixth prince's commander's seal. Hand it over, it's useless to keep it on you. Facing Lin Ling's actions, the sixth prince was stunned. He did not resist at all. Perhaps he did not dare. Just like that, Lin Ling seized the sixth prince's commander seal. The Azure the Arch shall grant you death. After taking away the commander's seal, Lin Ling said calmly, "Wait, I'm not targeting you. I'm here to visit the third princess. Although I'm a little arrogant, don't kill me. I don't deserve to die." The sixth prince finally came to his senses. He knelt down in the air, his body still trembling. In fact, his heart was rumbling, because the Azure Province divine guards were completely useless against Lin Ling. This was beyond his imagination. Indeed, he doesn't deserve death. Lin Ling nodded slightly. That's right. This crime doesn't warrant death. Lin Ling, spare me. Punish me. Just spare my life. The sixth prince hurriedly kowtowed in the sky. However, I still want to kill you. However, although Lin Ling nodded, he also revealed a murderous look. But I don't deserve to die. Please spare my life for the sake of Emperor Qing. What's more, there are laws in the country and rules in the family. I'm now a subordinate of the third princess. According to the rules, even if the third princess is here, she won't kill me. At most, she will punish me. The sixth prince panicked even more. He kowtowed like a chick eating rice. You're wrong. In my world, there has never been a god emperor, and there are no strict rules. Lin Ling smiled and smashed the sixth prince's head with his palm. The sixth prince wanted to use the laws of Qingzhou to escape with his life. However, Lin Ling did not care about the laws of Qingzhou at all. He killed whoever he wanted. Ah, the sixth prince is dead. The people behind the sixth prince were all shocked. Big brother, I'll leave them to you. Lin Ling did not even look at them. He turned around and walked towards the ground. Accept your fate. When we returned, Qingzhou was no longer under the control of the Emperor Qing. It's now under the control of the two of us. If you don't agree, come and fight. Not far away, Sakura smiled and walked forward. He did not care about those who begged for mercy and killed them one by one. After he was done, he looked at the vast Qingzhou and stared at the misty firmament in the sky. Finally he said, Emperor Qing, we're back. After we eat and drink our fill, we'll kill our way to your house. After we eat and drink our fill, we'll kill our way to your house. His voice was like thunder, spreading throughout the entire Qingzhou. Instantly, Qingzhou was turned upside down again. The return of the two brothers, Lin Ling, was simply arrogant and unruly. They actually declared war on the Emperor Qing in front of Qingzhou. Moreover, the two brothers did not seem to be worried about this battle at all. They wanted to eat and drink their fill before going. It was as if killing the Emperor Qing after drinking wine was as simple as drinking water. Lin Ling reigns supreme in Qingzhou. Will it still be the same after 3 years? The cultivators of Qingzhou were all alarmed. In the sky above their heads, the strongest was no longer the Emperor Qing alone. There were two more people, Lin Ling and Sakura. Big brother Ling. Big brother Sakura. After Lin Ling and Sakura landed, everyone was overjoyed. Yu Yu and Xian Yuange are also rushed out from the mountain peak. The two of them had successfully reached the martial immortal realm. They were as misty as fairies and added a bit of beauty. In Lin Ling's eyes, they were many times more beautiful than the spirit province's Longyang. That was because Longyang gave people an otherworldly feeling. On the contrary, Yu Yu and Sakura were more amiable, like the girl next door. When Lin Ling saw them, he was also happy and quickly held their hands. Lin Ling, you're back. Red Jade Tiger, Lord 8, and the other experts walked over one after another. The child, Tong Man, was the same. Moreover, when the Destiny God's eye appeared, his expression changed greatly. Lord Tong Man, did you see something? Although Tong Man did not have any battle strength, his miraculous abilities were obvious to everyone. Thus, many people respected him. Lin Ling is even more powerful than the Emperor Qing. Tong Man said calmly, his expression incomparably respectful. What? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Lin Ling was doing well in the Spirit Province? However, the Spirit Province was clearly much stronger than Qingzhou. Lin Ling could still stir up trouble in Qingzhou, but in the Spirit Province, he should be the weakest existence. Actually, I don't know why either. However, I have a feeling that the divine light on Lin Ling's body is even stronger than the Emperor Qing's. Tong Man said solemnly. Then he bowed slightly to Lin Ling. In the past, when he first met Lin Ling was still very insignificant. He had saved Lin Ling from the hands of various magnates because he wanted Lin Ling to become the left and right arm of the imperial court. However, Lin Ling had already surpassed the Emperor Qing. It must be said that this was like a dream. He's right. In the Spirit Province, I'm an important figure of the two strongest factions. I'm the disciple of the 4 heavenly kings. Lin Ling said with a smile when he saw the confusion on everyone's faces. Red Jade Tiger's heart rumbled as he asked curiously, then what's your ranking in the Spirit Province? According to the ranking in Qingzhou, I'm only below half of the magnates in the Spirit Province. Lin Ling said calmly after thinking for a moment. Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Magnates were already the second level of experts in the Divine Lands. They were only below the Emperor God of the Divine Lands. Half of the magnates were ranked third in the Divine Lands. If one had to give an example, they would be like the 8th Noble Lord and the others. However, one had to know that the spirit province was even more ancient and vast than Qingzhou. Most importantly, Lin Ling had only been in the spirit province for 3 years. To have such achievements in 3 years, it was impossible for anyone not to be shocked. Let's not talk about this anymore. What happened in Qingzhou? Lin Ling shook his head and asked everyone. Chapter 3055. Dead Spirit. That's right. The Qing Emperor seems to be the third princess, but he's still the Qing Emperor of the past. Everyone said one after another. Good trick. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He guessed that this was the Qing Emperor's trick to make the third princess a mere figurehead. He still didn't let her control the ancient power. Grandma Wendao had a treasure that the Qing Emperor also needed, and she was helping the Qing Emperor now. There must be a secret behind this. According to the Qing Emperor's strength, he can't do all this. So I guess that there are foreign experts in the Qing continent who secretly disrupted the rules of the gods. Lin Ling guessed again. No one dared to break the rules of the gods, so those people must have done it secretly. Let's go see the third princess now. For safety, she hid in the Flame World fragment. Grandpa and the others are there too. Okay, let's go back to the Flame World fragment. Everyone followed Lin Ling and seemed to have found their backbone. Everyone's fighting spirit was boiling. Master, what happened? Sakura asked his grandmother worriedly because the latter was his master. Brother, Grandma Wendao and the Qing Emperor are enemies. She definitely won't help the Qing Emperor, so someone must have done it secretly. Although Grandma Wendao isn't a sage to be, her background, her knowledge, everything about her is something that I, Lin Ling, can't see through. So it's definitely not easy to control her. This means that the person in the dark isn't simple. Lin Ling also asked his grandmother worriedly. His eyes were extremely cold. No matter who it is, if they dare to attack my Grandma Wendao, I'll make them regret coming to the Qing continent, even if they're a true god. Grandma Wendao was someone that Lin Ling knew in his previous life. She was his relative, his elder. No one could attack her. Hearing this, Sakura nodded coldly. Not long after, everyone came to the Flame World fragment. This void was still hidden in the universe. Unless it was a teleportation formation, ordinary people couldn't reach here. Someone's here? At this moment, the evil flame sect was on high alert. When the ripples appeared in the void, everyone was on high alert. However, after seeing Lin Ling and Sakura, everyone immediately became ecstatic. Father! Ancestor Extreme Flame, Lin Yi, and the others all rushed over. During this period of time, they had to be on guard against hidden enemies at all times. They were deeply afraid that someone would sneak into the evil flame sect and assassinate the third princess. Now that they saw Lin Ling return, they could finally put down the heavy stone in their hearts. Grandfather! Lin Ling also hurriedly bowed to the elders, causing Patriarch Extreme Flame and Demon Yenshin to nod with gratification. Sakura, like Lin Ling, also prostrated towards the Extreme Flame ancestor and the other seniors. To him, the Extreme Flame ancestor and the others were also his relatives. These people had been together since the rainforest's sacred land. They had gone through ups and downs together. Ordinary people couldn't understand the depth of their feelings. Moreover, the infinite world was vast and boundless, and there were countless families. However, not every family could rise to prominence. Many families had even been wiped out because they had provoked strong enemies. Therefore, it was sometimes a miracle for a family like the ancient Flame clan to continue to rise to prominence. Of course, all of this was because the Fire Ancient clan had Lin Ling. After talking with everyone for a long time, Lin Ling's gaze also landed on the third princess. How is the third princess? Ling, follow me. Ancestor Extreme Flame's expression was grave. Everyone walked forward and came to a cave. The cave was as hot as the bottom of a volcano. The red light illuminated the cave, and sinister sounds came from the cave. You're all dead. Let me out. The voice was sharp, like a child's shout. There was a fiery red stone bed in the cave. On the stone bed lay a woman in snow-white clothes. She was very beautiful, like a fairy. However, her slightly closed eyes moved from time to time, as if she was in pain. On her body, a shadow appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It seemed to want to rush out of her body, but it was afraid of the surrounding heat. We don't know what the third princess provoked, but she has this terrifying thing on her body. It seems like the third princess is controlled by that thing. Later, we found out that this thing is afraid of fire. That's why we brought the third princess here. Ling, what is this? Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling and said. When he talked about the third princess, his face was filled with fear. Obviously, he was very afraid of the evil thing on the third princess. Lin Ling's face was extremely gloomy. Dead spirit? This is a dead spirit from the underworld. It's even more terrifying than ghosts. From a certain point of view, it's not a demon, not a ghost. I didn't expect someone in the chaos of the universe to have such a method. Hey, this dead spirit has a barrier on it. It should be a death goo. Lin Ling said coldly. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had also seen this kind of death goo. The terrifying thing was that this thing couldn't be destroyed. Unless it was suppressed by a special barrier, there was no other way. Generally speaking, people who were hit by this death goo were already dead. Their life and death were controlled, and they could never escape. The most terrifying thing about this death goo was that no matter how strong a person was, as long as there was a death goo in their body, they would be controlled. Think about it. When these death goo controlled countless half-saint realm cultivators, what kind of enormous power was this? Of course, the death goo that Li Xiaoyao had seen in the past was even more powerful. It could hide in a person's body and others couldn't detect it. At least, it wasn't as clear as the one in front of him. Next, Lin Ling told them all he knew about the death goo. Hearing this, the third princess's personal maids, the people of the Jiang family from the Tianzhou realm, all became gloomy. The old woman who had grown up with the third princess even shed tears. She muttered to herself, "Death goo, it's actually a death goo. Isn't this a product of the place where the heroic spirits rest? This is one of the 9 provinces' 10 evils." The 9 provinces' 10 evils? After hearing this, everyone's expression changed greatly. In their view, the third princess already had half a foot in the netherworld. Even Lin Ling suddenly understood. Of the 9 provinces' 10 evils, he knew about the Creation Alliance, where Senior Lu Chen, the 9 Lanterns Fish, and the Immortal Temple, wherein Yuer was, as well as the Dreamstream Tomb Guardian clan. And now, he knew of another ancient death goo that had existed since the Age of Gods. Alas, this is the fate of the third princess. Everyone, don't be too sad. Tong Man let out a long sigh, seemingly resigned to his fate. And he was the destiny god's eye, so his words carried the most weight. Wait, maybe I can try. But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly rang out, causing the entire cave to fall silent. Plop. Chapter 3056. The third princess woke up. Lord Lin Ling, please save the third princess. If you save the third princess, my life will be yours. You can take it away at any time. It could be seen that these people had followed the third princess for many years and were extremely loyal to her. In the end, the third princess is my, Lin Ling's, disciple. I will not watch her die like this. I will do my best. Lin Ling shook his head and walked to the side of the stone bed. As for Ancestor Din and the others, they said worriedly, "Be careful." They knew how fierce the undead spirit was. It did not fear any power in the world and could choose to devour people. Lin Ling did not say anything. He continued to walk forward and his left hand also continuously waved. Large amounts of spirit formations appeared. He knew that against the undead spirit, the desolate body would not be effective. Only spirit formations could be used. That was why the undead spirit was so difficult to deal with. "Brat, did you come to die?" The undead spirit was outside the third princess's body. It kept roaring ferociously. A hint of the aura of a death god enveloped everyone, causing them to panic. Lin Ling's face was like an ancient well without any ripples as he continuously waved spirit formations. Right now, his spirit formation Dao had increased by more than 10% compared to the time when he was with Li Xiaoyao. The main reason was because he had comprehended the spirit formation Dao from the ancient tree in Mount Yu. After all, that ancient tree was a natural spirit formation. It was simply not something that humans could comprehend on their own. "Brat, let me devour you!" Exclamation point. The undead spirit turned into a skeleton and actually wanted to rush out of the third princess's body. Seeing that, everyone became nervous. They did not know how Lin Ling would deal with the undead spirit that did not fear any power. But at that moment, an invisible barrier blocked in front of the undead spirit, making it seem as if it had crashed into a piece of glass. "Brat, you have some ability!" Exclamation point. The undead spirit became even more ferocious. However, Lin Ling was still expressionless. His hands continued to wave spirit formations and more of them. Moreover, sweat flowed out of his forehead. Although the dead spirit looked like an inanimate object, it actually had intelligence and was extremely difficult to suppress. Therefore, Lin Ling had to completely seal the dead spirit before it could react. The invisible barrier was extremely mysterious as it spread out and enveloped the undead spirit's surroundings, causing it to have less and less space to move around. However, the dead spirit didn't notice this and continued to bare its fangs and brandish its claws, wanting to devour Lin Ling. If it entered Lin Ling's body, it meant that Lin Ling was dead for sure. This was because there wasn't a single half-step Saint Realm expert who could break through the undead soul formation. Not to mention that Lin Ling was merely a martial immortal. Second brother. Seeing that lightning-fast scene, Sakura couldn't help but shout out. Everyone clenched their fists as if they were facing a dead spirit. They were extremely nervous. On the contrary, Lin Ling was the calmest. When the dead spirit was about to pounce on him, his pupils seemed to flicker with lightning. "Seal!" With a furious roar, the surrounding enchantments began to press down with earth-shattering might. Kakaka! An ancient aura spread out and countless enchantments intersected, sealing the space like ropes, causing the area where the dead spirit could move to shrink. At this moment, the ferocious dead spirit also reacted and hurriedly pounced back towards the third princess body. At the same time, Lin Ling's gaze focused and he took a large step forward. With a wave of his hand, all the enchantments condensed and turned into an incomparably dazzling symbol, hanging in Lin Ling's palm. "Where do you think you're going?" His palm heavily slammed on the third princess' chest. "Brat, I won't let you off." The dead spirit wanted to hide in the third princess body, but it was obviously too late. Lin Ling had set up too many enchantments, trapping the dead spirit like a cage. If the dead spirit escaped back into the third princess body, Lin Ling would definitely not dare to touch the dead spirit again. Because the dead spirit also controlled the third princess' life. "Your master is really a powerful existence. It's a pity that he met me." Lin Ling secretly felt lucky. If the dead spirit hadn't been careless, he, Lin Ling, might not have been able to seal it successfully. In the end, it was because Lin Ling had Li Xiaoyao's memory and was somewhat familiar with such a ferocious creature. "If it falls into my hands, even the dead spirit will die." Then, Lin Ling eliminated the source of the problem. If the dead spirit was released, who knew how many people would die? His eyebrows twitched and the enchantments condensed again. One had to know that there were hundreds of billions of enchantments here. Once they were compressed, the power would naturally be extremely terrifying. "Brat!" The dead spirit let out a shrill roar and was suppressed by the enchantments. In the end, it turned into a wisp of stinky green smoke and dissipated into the sky. At the same time, the third princess also woke up. Her beautiful eyes were a little confused, but when she saw the man in front of her, she immediately reacted. Moreover, when she saw the man's palm pressing on her soft chest, her heart violently jumped. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face turned red and he quickly withdrew his palm. "Third princess." The people of the Jiang family from the Great World rushed over one by one, extremely excited. The old woman kept kowtowing to Lin Ling. "What happened?" The third princess continued to recall and gradually came back to her senses. "Who's framing you?" Lin Ling frowned and said, "It was the elders." At that time, he said that he had accidentally obtained a precious treasure, but he didn't know its origin, so he asked me to help him check it out. The precious treasure was an ancient bottle. When I opened it, I lost consciousness and found that there was an evil thing in my body. It controlled my body, and no matter how I resisted, it was useless. The third princess quickly said, "That's the death goo." Lin Ling said faintly. "However, I also checked the ancient bottle for a long time. On the surface, there's nothing special about it. The reason why the death goo is so terrifying is because no one can detect it before it's infected. Moreover, the other party can borrow an object to cast the goo without being there. This shows that his strength is unfathomable." "Is it my father?" "It might not be him, but I have a feeling that an unknown expert must have come to Qingzhou." Listening to the conversation between the two, everyone's expression was extremely solemn. Qingzhou had the former Emperor Qing, which had already left them in a terrible fix. Now there was an unknown expert hiding in the dark. The imperial court was obviously in a passive situation. If it wasn't for the fact that the Emperor Qing didn't dare to openly defy the rules of the gods, he would have killed the third princess long ago. Tong Man pondered for a moment and said faintly, "This means that the Emperor Qing wants to use the third princess as a puppet and become the emperor behind the scenes. Firstly, he doesn't have to violate the rules of the gods. Secondly, he still controls the ancient power and is the supreme ruler of Qingzhou." Lord Eighth also guessed the Emperor Qing's ambition. It had to be said that the Emperor Qing had a good plan. Now that there are suddenly more enemies and Grandma Wendao has disappeared without a trace, the imperial court doesn't know what to do. The third princess sat up. Although she had just escaped a disaster, her aura did not decrease. She had the demeanor of a god emperor. Chapter 3057. A Battle of Life and Death. Now that there are more enemies and Grandma Wendao has disappeared, the imperial court doesn't know what to do. The third princess sat up. Although she had just escaped, her aura did not diminish. She had the demeanor of a god emperor. At the mention of Grandma Wendao, everyone shook their heads helplessly. Grandma Wendao had always been the mastermind of the imperial court. Now that she had disappeared, they felt the strength of the enemy even more. Everyone could not help but look at Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling had become the mastermind of the imperial court. His return would definitely illuminate Qingzhou. "Master!" The third princess looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. She was also waiting for Lin Ling's solution. "Get ready!" Lin Ling didn't say much and turned to leave the cave. His words made everyone suspicious. Get ready? What did he mean? To the great Azure God dynasty. Lin Ling finally stopped at the entrance of the cave and said to everyone calmly, "Lord Lin Ling, are we going to fight the Azure Emperor head-on?" Someone asked in fear. Currently, the Azure Emperor had countless experts on his side. There were even some hidden experts. Normally, if the imperial court did not make a move, they would not make a move. They would not make a move before they ascertained the situation. However, Lin Ling had chosen to go to the great Azure God dynasty. Obviously, he was not going there for tea. He was definitely going to overturn the great Azure God dynasty. The enemy is in the dark. We can't guard against them. Since that's the case, let's force them out. No matter who the Empress Dowager and the Azure Emperor have invited, it's useless. This is what I said. Lin Ling said and disappeared from the cave. At this moment, anger rose in his heart. When Xing Shiyun had arrived previously, Emperor Qing had also promised not to interfere in the matters of Qing province. However, not only had he interfered now, he had even attacked Grandma Wendao. This had thoroughly infuriated Lin Ling. "Second brother, I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time." Sakura also revealed a smile, a very cold smile. Attacking his master was something he could not tolerate. Then, he followed closely behind Lin Ling. "Ling, are you finally going to make your move?" Patriarch Extreme Flame was extremely excited. Although Lin Ling was not a match for Emperor Qing back then, he believed in his grandson. "Pass down the order. All those above the World King realm are to follow Lin Ling." Lord Eighth and the others pondered for a moment before speaking. Evil Flame Sect is in charge of guarding the Flame World Fragment. Sect Master, rest assured, we will protect the Fire Ancient Clan well. The disciples of the Evil Flame Sect spoke one after another. All right, there will be a tough battle when we go to the Great Azure God Dynasty this time. However, the Flame World Fragment is our backup. If we are not careful, everyone in the Imperial Court will retreat and follow Linling. The third princess also stood up excitedly. She did not expect Linling to make such a choice after his return. In fact, she had been waiting for this choice for a long time. However, she did not have enough confidence. Only with Linling around did she have the confidence. No need. Everyone move out. We will only win this time, so there is no need for backup. However, at this moment, Linling's ethereal voice spread throughout the cave, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. No need for backup? At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with fighting spirit. Next, everyone in the Flame World Fragment left and went to Qing State. As for the Imperial Court of Qing State, all the experts moved out and headed to the Great Azure God Dynasty. This change caused Qing State to be in turmoil. Whether it was the martial artists of Qing State or the martial artists of the 10,000 Worlds, they were all in high spirits. They did not expect Sakura to say that after eating and drinking, they would kill their way to your home. What he said was true. As for the Imperial Court's movement, the other three magnates were also on high alert. They were all hiding in the Great Azure God Dynasty, so no one knew what they were thinking. However, on the surface, the Imperial Court was clearly at a disadvantage. Because other than facing the three magnates, they also had to face the Azure Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and even the unknown experts in the rumors. Could the Imperial Court win? Countless people were waiting for the good news. Run, run quickly, the Imperial Court's people are coming. At this moment, in the huge five-ring city, many people were running wildly, their faces filled with panic. And these people were also martial artists of the Great Azure God Dynasty. We can't escape. Behind them, a large number of experts were chasing after them. They were from the Imperial Dynasty. Wait, I am not a martial artist of the Great Azure God Dynasty. Someone knelt down. Those who are not important, scram. Behind them, a thunderous voice came. An elder rode on a qilin and looked at the entire five-ring city. He was Huangfu Dao of the martial god camp. The 6 camps, as the vanguard, had already opened a path. 6 camps, are you rebelling? These people are all the Azure Emperor's people and the 3 magnates' people. You dare to kill them? Roar! Someone roared. Hee, the current Azure Emperor is the 3rd princess. Kill. Kill! Sound the horn, kill them all. At the back, more and more flags appeared. The 6 camps had all arrived and were attacking the Great Azure God Dynasty. Sound the horn, kill them all. Kill! Sound the horn, kill them all. Kill! Sound the horn, kill them all. Kill! His voice shook the entire Qingzhou. The 6 camps killed mercilessly, they could be said to be unscrupulous. They opened a path domineeringly like they were sweeping 1,000 troops. Those unimportant martial artists' faces changed. They did not expect that Linling's so-called killing to be the signal for a decisive battle. This was also the decisive battle between the Imperial Court and the Azure Emperor. A decisive battle of life and death. And this was Linling's first choice upon his return. It had to be said that this choice was straightforward and unimaginable. There was no compromise. The 6 camps swept past, and the road to the Great Azure God Dynasty was vast. No one dared to stop them. After the 6 camps, a large number of experts appeared. 8th Noble Lord, Sunset Glory, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, Tang Yue, and other experts represented half of the sky of Qingzhou. They moved forward in a mighty manner. So scary they're all moving out. Looks like they're really going to kill. Linling, are you going to illuminate Qingzhou and decide the ruler of Qingzhou? In a distant place, people's hearts were roaring, but also surging to the extreme. In the past, when the Azure Emperor ascended to the throne, he was also so heroic, shocking the world. However, after he became the Azure Emperor, he was unwilling to give up the ancient power and dominated the throne. And now, Lin Ling was also walking in the footsteps of the old Azure Emperor. Won't you get lost? I'll kill you until you get lost. Lin Ling, get out here. Go! As they got closer and closer to the great Azure God dynasty, a tall and sturdy general appeared. This person was at the 7th level of the martial immortal realm, and was also an ambitious person in the army of Blue Flame, one of the 4 giants. You are not qualified to see Lin Ling. Chapter 3058. The Great Battle Against the Empress Dowager. Another expert has arrived? Everyone was greatly shocked. What kind of supreme being was this? Lin Ling, I'm back. In the sky, a queen-like sexy beauty appeared. She was gorgeously dressed, and her femininity was extremely alluring. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled. I'm finally back. That woman was Queen Qianji. Back then, Lin Ling had crippled the sovereign marquis and handed him over to the Queen of Qianji. The Queen of Qianji must have brought the sovereign marquis back to her tribe and killed him as a token of respect for her ancestors. At that time, Lin Ling did not disturb the Queen of Qianji. He knew that the Queen of Qianji needed some peace and quiet, but Lin Ling believed that Queen Qianji would come back. And now, that was indeed the case. A bunch of traitors dare to be arrogant? Since the entire army is mobilized today, you can stay here forever. After a moment of silence, the great Azure God dynasty finally mobilized many strong practitioners. They were all people from the 3 magnates of the past. One of them wore a jade crown and looked wise and mighty. He held the Azure the Arch-Divine sword in his hand as if he was the leader of the army. Eldest heir, the world's hearts? Over at Lin Ling's side, 3rd princess let out a cry of surprise. The eldest crown prince, who was also the crown prince, had always been well hidden in Qingzhou. No one knew where he was except for the 3rd princess. The eldest crown prince had always been following the Emperor Qing. Moreover, he was also the son of the Empress Dowager, and the Empress Dowager was also the bitch who wanted to kill the 3rd princess's mother. Kill! However, Lin Ling's voice also floated out from beside the 3rd princess. Kill! On Lin Ling's side, all the powerhouses moved out, following closely behind the 6 camps. The 3rd princess is the noble Emperor Qing, but she disrespected the former emperor. This violated the rules left by the gods. Therefore, kill these rebels, capture the 3rd princess alive, and seize Lin Ling's head. The crown prince's eyes turned cold. He did not fear Lin Ling at all. Instead, he swung his sword. The experts of the 3 magnates moved out one after another. The experts from both sides clashed in the Azure province. The sound was deafening, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. At this moment, every corner of Qing province was filled with killing intent, battle intent, and the sound of charging horns. For their own masters, they had spilled their blood. 3rd princess, are you stupid? Without Grandma Wendao, do you think that Lin Ling alone can help you? The crown prince floated in the sky and pointed his sword at the 3rd princess. His lips curled into a cold smile. After the great Azure Divine Dynasty, there were still too many experts. A mere Lin Ling did not even need the Azure Emperor to make a move. Speaking of Grandma Wendao. But at this moment, a roar sounded in vain. Give me back my master! A gigantic white bone giant appeared. With a single step, it was as if it could cross countless cities. It had bone armor in one hand and a halberd in the other. Swoosh! Blood rained down from the sky. The 3 magnates were all killed by the war god halberd. So strong. The people who were watching from afar were all shocked. This white bone giant was too ferocious. The white bone giant did not seem to be moving fast, but it had already appeared in front of the crown prince. Its terrifying fist punched out and broke the sky. The crown prince's eyes were trembling. He did not expect the newcomer to be so strong. Was this Lin Ling? No, it was Sakura. Boom. By the time he reacted, his entire body had been blasted to pieces. The leader of the 3 magnates, the leader of the army, was killed so easily. This unforeseen event shocked Qing province. Sakura! Someone shouted in fear. They did not expect Sakura to become so strong. You know it too late. The white bone giant let out a cracking sound as it waved its halberd. Any magnates were killed. One should know that in the dragon Tungfang, Sakura was a genius who could fight against a first-realm half-saint. With the addition of the tantric sect's simple mountain ancient tree, his strength had increased by several times. There were only a few people in Qing province who could stop him. You killed my son. At this time, the great Azure Divine Dynasty finally emitted a royal aura. It was the royal aura of a sovereign descending to the world, the emperor ancestor aura of the myriad worlds. A beautiful woman in her 40s rushed out like a dragon. The Empress Dowager had arrived. Obviously, the Empress Dowager did not expect Sakura to become so strong. One should know that she had a good plan. When the Crown Prince could not defeat Lin Ling, she took the initiative to suppress Lin Ling, pacify Qing province, and seize the Azure Divine Emperor's throne. However, her estimation was wrong. Lin Ling did not even make a move and the Crown Prince was killed in battle. You destroyed my rainforest sacred ground. Old woman, today we will fight to the death. The white bone giant looked at the beautiful woman in the sky and waved the halberd in its hand. The Empress Dowager roared. The Azure Divine Sword left behind by the Crown Prince turned into a stream of light and fell into her hand. This sword originally belonged to the 99th Crown Prince. After the 99th Crown Prince died, the Crown Prince finally obtained it. It was an ancestral divine sword of the Azure Divine Sword. Rumble! The halberd and Azure Divine Sword clashed. A terrifying storm swept through Qing province, shattering the entire Qing province. Countless buildings tumbled in the sky like straw, with many warriors among them. Sakura, how did you become so strong? With the Azure Divine Sword in hand, the Empress Dowager's expression changed drastically. She sensed a terrifying power erupting from Sakura's body. Bitch, your good days are over. Today, not even God can save you. That's what my second brother said. Sakura let out a roar. The giant that was a few hundred meters tall grew even taller. His head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. The desolate physique's talent was completely unleashed. Rumble! The halberd struck out and with a clang, the Azure Divine Sword in the Empress Dowager's hand broke. Her expression changed drastically. Empress Dowager, we are here to help you. At this moment, a voice drifted out. The Tsangling Academy's dean arrived while stepping on rolling clouds. Dream on. Lin Ling, we are here to help you. However, the people from Resplendent Academy also arrived from afar. Dean Qin Tefeng clashed with the Tsangling Academy's dean. Empress Dowager, we are here to help you. Sakura, how dare you offend your superiors? How should you be punished? However, among the three magnates, even more ancient heroes appeared and made their moves against Sakura. Upon seeing this, the third princess's expression changed slightly. She was planning to help Sakura, but at this moment, Lin Ling stopped her. He said indifferently, "My brother is not that weak." Just as he said this, the white bone giant began to transform. It turned into a three-headed, six-armed giant. Its bones were crystalline like jade, as though it was not afraid of any attacks. Rumble! The huge halberd was thousands of miles long. With a swing of the halberd, all the experts were reduced to ashes. Blood flowed like a river. This made the Empress Dowager's expression change drastically. Fear rose in her heart. Chapter 3059. Emperor Qing, you're old. Pluck. Affected by the terrifying aura of the halberd, the Empress Dowager's legs went soft and she sat on the ground as if she had lost the ability to resist. This made everyone gasp. The Empress Dowager, one of the giants in the past, was actually so weak today. However, when the halberd was about to hit the Empress Dowager, a figure suddenly appeared. It was an old woman who was close to 50 years old. Her face was cold and she was like a giant standing in front of the Empress Dowager. This made Indra's halberd stop instantly. Because this person was Grandma Wendao. Evil disciple, how dare you? Grandma Wendao let out a furious roar. Disciple doesn't dare. Indra knelt down in the air. His bones also made cracking sounds and his body continued to tremble. Not good, the current Grandma Wendao isn't the old Grandma Wendao, but Indra respects her the most, so he doesn't dare to make a move. If this goes on, he'll be in danger. The third princess brought Lord Eighth and the other strong practitioners and rushed towards Sakra, wanting to help him. However, it was obviously too late. In the sky, a giant sword that cut through Qingzhou ruthlessly slashed towards Indra. This made Indra's white-boned face turn solemn. Not good, Emperor Qing is attacking. The third princess and the others' faces changed drastically, knowing that Indra wouldn't be able to escape. However, at this moment, the bone shield in Indra's hand blocked towards the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, an even more terrifying storm broke out. The power of lightning, flames, wind and frost swept across Qingzhou. Heavens! Indra blocked Emperor Qing's attack. All the martial artists in Qingzhou were shocked when they saw this scene. Only to see Sakra's white bone arm raised up high, and the bone shield actually blocked the huge sword in the sky. Of course, the white bones all over Sakra's body also cracked, but this didn't stop Qingzhou from being shocked. Because when Emperor Qing attacked, no one in Qingzhou could block it. This was an unchanging truth. Your strength has increased, but you still can't block my second attack. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the ancient voice was like a brilliant heavenly power that entered everyone's ears. At the same time, the giant sword that was comparable to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty hung high and slashed down heavily as if it was the Emperor's order. Evil disciple, how dare you! At the same time, Grandma Wendao also reprimanded Indra. This made Indra's heart was confused. He must block it. However, he must listen to Grandma Wendao. Although he knew that Grandma Wendao was no longer his old master, based on his character, a teacher for a day was a father for life. I won't block. Indra. He was such a person. You're a real man. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, a hearty laugh suddenly sounded, and the real Azure Emperor Divine Sword in the sky slashed through the sky. Indra to Indras. Indra was. Was Indra was to Indra to Indra? To Indra to deny. Indrang. True to heaven to fight. To fight to fight to first realm to him to block to twos to first. This Lord Linling. Master. At this moment, everyone in the imperial court looked behind them. They couldn't block that sword, so they could only look to Linling. Linling, the rest is up to Linling. The entire Qingzhou looked into the distance. They knew that Linling should be making his move. Lord Linling, the genius who went to the martial god barracks with us in the past, made Qingzhou respect him. However, can he fight against the Emperor Indra today? Falling flowers, flowing water, and the other geniuses clenched their fists and looked at the sky behind them. Their eyes were filled with adoration. However, the blue-robed youth in the sky behind them closed his eyes and didn't do anything. On the contrary, the Emperor Indra's Indra sword was getting closer and closer to Indra. However, at this moment, Linling disappeared. Demonic aura surged in the sky as if an expert from the era of the gods had arrived. The headless old man appeared, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he fought against the gods. A sword seemed to have slashed out from the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Everyone finally saw a blue-robed figure in the sky like a shooting star. He held a giant sword and shot towards the Emperor Indra's sword in the sky. Clang. As if the most pleasant sound in the world was heard, the two swords collided. Linling had made his move. The two swords, one big and one small, collided in the sky. It was as if the old Emperor Indra was colliding with the new Emperor Indra. All the battles in Qingzhou stopped. Everyone was afraid that they had seen something wrong and didn't even dare to blink. Emperor Indra, you're old. Finally, Linling raised his head and said softly, Rumble. He slashed out with his sword. The giant azure, the arch-divine sword above his head started to crack. Then, under countless gazes, it completely shattered. This scene illuminated Qingzhou like a bright lamp. Linling said, Emperor Indra, you're old. Next, he broke the Emperor Indra sword. Swoosh. After the Emperor Indra sword shattered, Lin Ling shot down from the sky and smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Rumble. The moment he landed, it was as if a ferocious beast had descended. The three magnates were all overturned. Even the weaker ones were killed. The last expert of the imperial court attacked. It was terrifying. Although everyone was looking forward to Lin Ling's attack, they didn't expect him to be so destructive when he attacked. Sakura, who was still kneeling on the ground, smiled. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't weaker than the Emperor Indra. He couldn't attack because of Grandma Wendao, but Lin Ling could. Big brother, leave the rest to me. Lin Ling looked at Grandma Wendao and said softly, "Today, I'm here to destroy the Emperor Indra. Whoever helps me will die." "This is what I, Lin Ling," said. Looking at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, Lin Ling said softly. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty was silent. This ancient divine dynasty seemed to be hiding countless secrets. The Emperor Indra didn't appear immediately. "Emperor Indra, come out. What's the use of hiding? I'm here today to get all of you out of the water." Lin Ling said again. "Lin Ling, how dare you provoke the previous emperor?" Among the three magnates, those who didn't die shouted angrily. "Ants, you better shut up. Otherwise..." Lin Ling didn't even look at the experts around him. "Otherwise what? Are you going to destroy the Great Azure Divine Dynasty?" Many experts said. Although they were afraid of Lin Ling's strength, they became more confident when they thought of the hidden experts in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. "Otherwise, you'll end up like the Great Azure Divine Dynasty." Lin Ling smiled and slashed out with his sword into the distance. Swoosh. That slash wasn't majestic. Instead, it was calm. It landed in the ancient imperial city. The imperial city was still mysterious, as if it represented the Emperor Indra's pride that would never fall. Otherwise what? Seeing this, the three magnates couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was just putting on an act. Boom. Chapter 3060. Fighting the Azure the Arch. Rumble. The city walls cracked and the ground shook. The huge, circular Great Azure Divine Dynasty was like a biscuit that was split from the middle. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty was broken. Otherwise, what would happen? The Great Azure Divine Dynasty was an example. This kind of shock had reached the extreme. The entire Qingzhou was silent. The people of the three magnates were all pale and did not dare to speak anymore. All eyes were on Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword was also pointed at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. "Azure the Arch, come out. Come out." The shattered Great Azure Divine Dynasty was silent. However, gradually, a man in a dragon robe floated up slowly. At this moment, all the martial artists in the Qingzhou were breathing heavily. The Azure the Arch had finally come out. "Lin Ling, you are very bold. If it wasn't for the sage, do you think you could have stopped me? Today, you actually dared to violate the rules of the immortals. It seems that I will punish you on behalf of the immortals. Come out." The Azure Thearch's face was calm and emotionless. However, his eyes were filled with confidence. Although Lin Ling was very powerful and was a rare genius, he was still a first heaven half-saint. He was also one of the strongest. It would have been fine if Lin Ling did not come. The Azure the Arch did not dare to provoke Lin Ling as he was afraid of the sage. However, since Lin Ling had taken the initiative to barge in, he had an excuse to kill Lin Ling. The half-saint realm is not something you can look up to. Come out. The Azure the Arch took a step and disappeared from the sky. When he reappeared, he was already above Lin Ling's head. A sword made of sovereign aura slashed down. This was the real Azure Thearch's sword. The Azure Thearch's sword that the Empress Dowager had used was actually just a clone of the sword. This sword was obviously an extremely powerful weapon. At the same time, the terrifying power of the realm essence accompanied by the power of the realm essence attacked with overwhelming force. With just one sword, everyone knew how powerful the Azure the Arch was. At this moment, the third princess and the rest were extremely nervous. Today's battle had reached its peak. Rumble. The sword slashed down at a slow speed. Although it seemed slow, it carried a mysterious melody. In an instant, it had already fallen on top of Lin Ling's head. Clang. At the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. His long hair danced wildly, and the aura of a headless elder pervaded the air. Moreover, it was even stronger than before. You're weaker than me in terms of cultivation level, and you're weaker than me in terms of cultivation level. I'm a half-saint. I don't understand why you're here to die. The lotus the arch seemed to be looking down on all living beings. The sword in his hand emitted a golden light that seemed to be able to make even gods and demons retreat. Rumble. That sword instantly increased its power, suppressing Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. The ground under Lin Ling's feet instantly cracked open, and the bricks and soil were sent flying into the air. The three magnates burst into laughter when they saw this scene. They laughed in high spirits. In their eyes, Lin Ling was definitely not a match for a first-layer half-step saint. Not even a little bit. Die, Lin Ling. Someone even let out a crazed shout. You're just a first-layer half-step saint. It doesn't mean you're a saint. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly floated out. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and slashed towards the sky. The terrifying desolate body instantly erupted. The realm-devouring beast, the dragon god, and the space-time divine steel shocked the world. The boundary energy of the four Dantians also merged at this moment. The boundary energy was so majestic that it had already surpassed the limits of a first-layer half-step saint. Clang. The Lotus Thearka's sword immediately lost its grip. His expression changed instantly. How could this be? Following that, another deafening sound rang out. The Lotus Thearka's sword was sent flying. The Lotus the Arch was also sent flying by the huge force. He crashed into the distant Great Azure God dynasty, causing it to shatter. This unforeseen event no doubt caused everyone to fall silent again. A first-layer half-step saint didn't mean he was a saint. However, a half-step saint was the strongest divine power in Qingzhou. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a god. Lin Ling, what martial arts did you use? Soon, the Lotus the Arch shot out from the ruins of the Great Azure God dynasty. He was in a sorry state. However, Lin Ling didn't say a word. His blue robe fluttered as he shot towards the Lotus the Arch like a meteor. His four Dantians merged again and suppressed the Lotus the Arch with a domineering aura. Clang. The Lotus the Arch resisted with all his strength. However, he couldn't use any of it. Lin Ling's boundary energy was too powerful. It made him feel as if he had been hit by a mountain. Rumble. He was once again slashed to the ground. If not for his Lotus the Arch divine sword being somewhat powerful, he would have been killed by the sword. Heavens, Lin Ling actually suppressed the Lotus the Arch. Lin Ling seems to be only a martial immortal. Could it be that even the Lotus the Arch can't stop Lin Ling? Seeing this terrifying scene, cries of alarm rang out from Qingzhou. This result was completely different from what they had imagined. The Empress Dowager also stood there in a daze. She kept shaking her head as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her man, the strongest person in Qingzhou, was actually suppressed by a rising star? Lotus the Arch, didn't you say that your cultivation is stronger? Didn't you say that your cultivation level is stronger? Now, why are you like a stray dog? Lin Ling's sword was like a violent storm. His battle intent filled the sky as he violently slashed at the Lotus the Arch divine sword. It was as if he wanted to cut the Lotus the Arch divine sword in half. The wind and waves caused by the collision of the two directly caused a storm to erupt in the shattered Qingzhou. Why are you so strong? The Lotus the Arch was suppressed and roared in anger. No matter what he used, it was useless. Lin Ling's strength seemed indestructible. Poof. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face gradually turned pale. In the past, Lin Ling wasn't his match. He relied on the saints to escape. However, after a short 3 years, Lin Ling returned and suppressed him with an attitude that made him look down on him. Lotus the Arch, I'm here to help you. However, at this moment, a billowing murderous aura surged into the sky from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. A flaming saber cut through the sky as if it had come from the void. After the saber appeared, the power of the gods was also released. In the void, there was no fire, and half the sky was set ablaze. The void was also set ablaze. From this, one could see how terrifying this saber was. Lotus the Arch, help me! The Lotus the Arch also let out an angry roar. His voice was like thunder, shocking everyone's heart. Lotus the Arch? The great emperor of Crimson State. No wonder the Lotus the Arch was so confident. It turned out that he had invited such a helper. Lin Ling, be careful. The third princess and the others immediately shouted. The two Thearchs had made their move. The terrifying flaming saber hadn't even slashed down, but the entire Qingzhou was set ablaze. Countless martial artists died in the flames. Ah, Lin Ling, you're still too inexperienced. The Lotus the Arch roared. Using the Lotus Thearch's saber, he pounced on Lin Ling crazily. He wanted to see how a junior like Lin Ling was going to block two Thearchs. The power of rank. Chapter 3061. Battling Two Emperors. I'm a second-tier half-saint. You think you're my match? In the sky, the Scarlet Emperor roared. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to avenge his two younger brothers. It's not like I haven't fought a second-tier half-saint before. Let me take you on. However, Lin Ling raised his head. The tyrannical song sword in his hand exuded a terrifying aura. At this moment, an illusion appeared around his body. It was the most ancient battle between the gods. That battle was known as the creation of the world, and it paved the way for the post-gods era. Countless people in the post-gods era looked up to it. After the appearance of those illusions, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly. Bang! Lin Ling stomped on the ground. The ground exploded as he slashed the sky with his sword. 30% of his cultivation level power gushed out crazily at this moment. One had to know that he hadn't used his cultivation level power before, but this was the demonic sword stage. The demonic sword released a demonic aura that filled the sky. A huge headless elder also appeared. Rumble! The sword and saber collided. The wind and clouds exploded, and the chaos in the universe also distorted. Clang! When the gigantic flaming blade in the sky collided with the demonic sword, it was instantly shattered by an unstoppable force. Furthermore, the demonic sword didn't stop there. It passed by the broken saber, and with a slash, it actually cut off the Scarlet Emperor's right arm. The cut was filled with demonic chi, and it seemed like his right arm would never be able to recover. Ah! In the sky, a painful cry rang out. The Scarlet Emperor held his arm and his eyes widened. The people on the ground also widened their eyes. When the Scarlet Emperor arrived, everyone thought that Lin Ling would definitely lose. Who knew that Lin Ling could fight two emperors alone and still not be at a disadvantage? This was too ferocious. Not good. At this moment, the Cyan Emperor was still pouncing toward Lin Ling. However, he forcibly stopped his speed. His face was instantly filled with fear. Fortunately, his reaction was fast. If he was even half a second slower, he would have been killed before he could even get close to Lin Ling. With the mysterious energy of the world essence and the power of his cultivation level, even a second-layer half-saint is no match for him? After stopping, the Lotus Emperor muttered to himself. Not only was there fear in his eyes, but there was also fear. Now, he finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. A half-saint at the initial stage of the half-saint stage was like an ant to Lin Ling. This made him feel very curious. Where had Lin Ling gone during these past 3 years? Why had he become strong to the point of not fearing half-saint realm experts? Azure Emperor, let's fight. At that moment, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the Azure the Arch. The latter's body trembled subconsciously as he retreated. Lin Ling, don't force me. The Cyan Emperor gritted his teeth and said. Today, the two emperors had fought Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had stirred up a mess. This made him feel too ashamed to face anyone. After that, he immediately formed a complicated seal with his hands. It was as if the song of the gods was being sung. Above the sky, a huge palace slowly floated down. It was like an imperial edict of the gods, accompanied by a long and drawn-out bell sound. This was the ancient power. Everyone looked at the ancient palace in the sky. It was as if they were looking at the palace of the gods in the era of the gods. They subconsciously knelt down. Some of the weaker ones even trembled and kowtowed continuously. The power of the ancient times was an unknown power that could make ordinary people prostrate themselves in worship and submit to it for eternity. On the ground, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the ancient palace that was slowly falling down from the sky. Swoosh! He slashed out with his sword. Clang! A deep sword mark immediately appeared on the surface of the ancient palace. However, the sword was still slightly weaker and could not stop the suppression of the ancient palace. On the contrary, the ancient palace emitted a clear stream that slowly healed the sword mark. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned and slashed out with his sword again. Clang! Colorful and dazzling demonic swords shot out from all directions, killing gods and demons. Clang! 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 The ancient palace was made of unknown materials. Perhaps it had received the blessings of the gods. It was extremely sturdy. Even though a large number of sword marks appeared, it still did not break. This also made Lin Ling understand why Xing Xiun was in such a sorry state back then. This ancient palace was indeed terrifying. Ha, let's see how proud you are now. The Saiyan Emperor also shouted and used the ancient power. Lin Ling would definitely be crushed to death. In the distance, the Scarlet Emperor also laughed happily. However, Lin Ling ignored them and continued to slash out with his sword. This made the two Emperor gods' expressions turn serious. From the power Lin Ling used to slash at the palace, Lin Ling was indeed powerful. If these swords slashed at Qingzhou, no one in Qingzhou would be able to stop them. The only outcome would be a great loss of life. Fortunately, a monstrous freak like Lin Ling was going to die here today. Kill him! The Scarlet Emperor shouted excitedly. The ancient palace in the sky was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling still did not move. He did not escape nor did he panic. It was as though he was going to slash the ancient palace in half as he continued to slash out with his sword. The third princess and the others were screaming in their hearts, but they were also extremely worried. Rumble! At the same time, the ancient palace in the sky finally came down completely. Lin Ling was crushed by the ancient power and it was as though he was definitely going to die. This scene caused all the Qingzhou cultivators to fall silent. Previously, they were excited as though they had seen the end of a great show. Lin Ling was finally defeated. Even so, they were still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. This was because they had to mobilize two Emperor gods and the ancient power to suppress Lin Ling. Without the ancient power, didn't this mean that Lin Ling could do whatever he wanted in Qingzhou and Crimson Prefecture? Is he finally dead? The Scarlet Emperor and the Green Emperor stared at the huge palace on the ground. They seemed to be in disbelief. Perhaps Lin Ling had brought them too many miracles. They would not be at ease until they saw Lin Ling completely dead. However, at this moment, a weak sound was heard. Below the ancient palace, flames started to boil and a dragon roared. He's not dead yet? The Green Emperor was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted in horror. His heart was beating 1,000,000,000 times in an instant. He was frightened. He knew that if he did not see Lin Ling's corpse, Lin Ling might not be dead. Therefore, when he saw the changes in the ancient palace, he was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. At this moment, he did not realize that he, the high and mighty Qingzhou Emperor God, was extremely afraid of Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling let out a fart, he was afraid that Lin Ling would use a killer move. It's fine. He can't break free from the ancient power. He must have been struggling before. In fact, the Scarlet Emperor was not any better. However, he still analyzed the situation. Hearing this, the Green Emperor nodded. It was a false alarm. The two of them instantly looked at each other. There was only bitterness in their eyes. Two Emperor gods were actually so afraid of a junior. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. However, under the ancient power, the dragon's roar became louder and louder. Something is wrong. Chapter 3062. With Qingzhou as the venomous insect. Martial Celestial, could it be that he can fight against the ancient power? The Scarlet Emperor's face turned paler. Seeing the two Emperor gods' uneasiness, the Qingzhou warriors could no longer remain calm. In fact, logically speaking, Lin Ling could not fight against the ancient power. However, from Lin Ling's analysis, anything was possible. That was because he was the legend of Qingzhou. Boom. Almost as soon as the crowd had that thought, the huge palace soared into the sky and shot toward the firmament. Heavenly Dragon's protection, good karma increases with each passing day. Upon closer inspection, there was an arrow under the palace. It was an extremely sharp arrow. Upon closer inspection, it was not an arrow but an ancient dragon god. Heavens, he can really fight against the ancient power. As expected of Lord Linling, as expected of Lord Linling. Exclamations rang out one after another like waves. The falling flowers flowing water soared and the others danced with joy. Lord Linling was too ferocious. Boom. The ground exploded again as a sword flew over like a deity. Very quickly, it arrived in the blink of an eye. The Azure Emperor could not react in time and his legs were cut off. Demonic aura surged from the cut and it was as if his broken legs could not be healed. Under countless gazes, a faintly discernible voice rang out. He held a bow in his left hand and a sword in his right. Bow. He has such a skill. The Scarlet Emperor opened his mouth and his body began to tremble. At that moment he actually wanted to run away. Lin Ling, why don't you listen to me? The Azure Emperor's legs were broken but he was a tough person. He ignored the pain and looked at Lin Ling in panic. Let's shake hands and make peace. I can see that your bow is indeed powerful but it can only be used once in a short period of time. As for the ancient power, you can only flip it. When the palace comes down again, you will definitely die. Hearing that, everyone raised their heads and realized that the ancient palace in the sky was falling down again. As expected, Lin Ling's previous arrow was only able to topple him. In fact, even Lin Ling knew this point. The ancient power was very strong. Even if he used all his strength, he could not break through it. He could only push it away. That's right. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave immediately. The Scarlet Emperor said malevolently. It's true that I can't block the ancient power, but before the palace suppresses you, I can kill you all. However, Lin Ling smiled and said coldly. With that said, the two Divine Lord's hearts trembled. Lin Ling's words were also very reasonable. The two of them were currently heavily injured, and could not block Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling could indeed kill them first. Lin Ling, this is a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, the Lotus Emperor shouted anxiously. Ha! Lin Ling laughed out loud as his gaze swept across the entire Qingzhou. According to the rules of the gods, the Qingzhou divine bell will ring and the Azure the Arch will step down. Can you do that? Is this a misunderstanding? As soon as he finished speaking, he viciously slashed out with his sword. The demonic sword was sparkling and bright as it cut off the Lotus Emperor's other arm. The third princess has become the Lotus Emperor. Did you hand over the ancient power? Is this a misunderstanding? Grandma Wendao, what happened? You must have something to do with it. Is this a misunderstanding? Lin Ling stepped forward, and with every step, the demonic sword slashed out. The second slash cut off the Lotus Emperor's other arm, and the third slash cut him in half. However, the Lotus Emperor was indeed the Lotus Emperor. A warm jade light appeared on his body, and he did not die immediately. Golden jade robe? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and his cold smile deepened. I'd like to see how many slashes your golden jade robe can block. The golden jade robe was an extremely precious supreme weapon. It was said that it was made from the bones of the gods, and it was made from 490,000 broken bones. Its defense was extremely strong, and unless it was the power of the gods, ordinary attacks would not be able to break it. The power of the gods was the power of cultivation level. Therefore, Lin Ling's sword could also hurt the golden jade robe, but it would take some time. Lin Ling, This has nothing to do with me. Seeing the Lotus Emperor's miserable state, the Scarlet Emperor was already planning to leave. He even regretted coming to Qingzhou. If he could also use the ancient power in Crimson Prefecture, and it was even stronger than the Lotus Emperor's, then he would not be afraid of Linling. However, he was too confident, and he left Crimson Prefecture. It has nothing to do with you, Linling shouted coldly. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed down vertically. The Scarlet Emperor was a second-level half-saint. As long as he did not have the ancient power, he was nothing to Linling. The sword pierced through the sky, and the demonic aura was extremely condensed. It directly cut the Scarlet Emperor in half. His eyes were fixed on the sword, as if he did not expect to die here. In the end, he did not even leave any last words. His left and right body fell to the ground. Lord Linling, mighty. Seeing this scene, the imperial court people shouted excitedly. Lord Linling, mighty. Moreover, in a distant place in Qingzhou, many voices could be heard. It was obvious that Linling's battle with two emperors had completely moved everyone. In their opinion, Linling was the Lotus Emperor of Qingzhou. It's your turn. Ignoring the voices around him, Linling looked at the Lotus Emperor. The Lotus Emperor's expression changed drastically. He almost wanted to escape like the Scarlet Emperor and leave this place. However, he also knew that Linling would not let him escape. Both sides were mortal enemies, and there was no possibility of compromise. Death Gu! However, just as Linling was about to kill the Lotus Emperor, an old voice suddenly rang out. This voice made Linling's expression change slightly. This was because he had been wary of the person behind the scenes from the beginning. Now, the mysterious person behind the scenes had finally appeared. He immediately focused all his attention. He knew that the other party was a strong opponent. It's useless. I've already used Qingzhou's Gu. This is the Great Gu of Qingzhou. From the Great Azure God Dynasty's side, an ethereal voice suddenly rang out. A figure covered in white cloth slowly floated up. The moment he appeared, a power that did not seem to come from this world quietly spread out. No one could see the appearance of such a person clearly. They could only see that he was covered in dirty cloth. It was extremely strange. Using Qingzhou's Gu. Hearing that, Linling's expression became even more serious. Not long ago, the third princess was poisoned by Gu because she came into contact with an ancient jade bottle. Therefore, Linling guessed that as long as he did not come into contact with any mysterious items, he would not be poisoned. However, who knew that the other party was so powerful and imposing, using Qingzhou's Gu? This meant that on the day that Linling returned to Qingzhou, he had already entered the Death Gu. Kid, I don't know who you are, but you have a lot of treasures on you. Being able to defeat a second-layer half-saint with your cultivation of the sixth-layer martial immortal realm, you must have cultivated some kind of unknown cultivation technique that has greatly increased your realm essence. This cultivation technique is most likely the best cultivation technique in the universe. Moreover, your sword is from the era of deities. Most importantly, you have the dragon bones and have cultivated the 8 divine abilities of the dragon tribe. Chapter 3063. Qing Province's Doomsday. From now on you're mine. As his voice rang out, Qing Province began to change. The earth began to flip, and it actually appeared in the sky, while the sky went to the location of the earth. What happened? Everyone sensed the change and started to panic. Such a method was simply unheard of. One had to know that the 9 prefectures was the divine land. Unless one was a true saint, no one would be able to shake this land. After all, this was not the world around the universe. It was not a fragile world. Hee, how could an ant like you know the might of the age of gods? Everyone's panic made the mysterious man smile disdainfully. Next, the world began to turn upside down, spinning continuously. Everyone felt as if they were trapped in a bottle, unable to move at all. As the center of attention, Linling also felt the world spinning. However, he also saw countless dead spirits floating out from the spinning world, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced on him. It turned out that there were so many dead spirits hidden in the Azure province. With my current strength, I can't fight against these dead spirits, Lin Ling said with a solemn expression. He had already used the calamity-vanquishing Sun Bao, and he wouldn't be able to use it again in the short term. The power of the scabbard was also slowly diminishing. In addition, he was already exhausted from fighting 2 emperors. That mysterious man's means are extraordinary, but his strength is definitely not strong, so he has been sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. What a vicious mind, Lin Ling said inwardly. He had a guess. Although that person was also at the half-saint realm, his physical body and realm essence were definitely not strong. On the contrary, his talent was not weak. He was proficient in death gu and could control everything. This meant that if he could break the Qing province gu, he could easily kill this person. However, Qingzhou had been overturned. It was easier said than done to get rid of the gu. Die. At this point, Lin Ling could only fight to the death. He constantly waved his barrier, wanting to block the attacks of the undead spirits. Unfortunately, there were too many undead spirits. When he helped the 3rd princess break the gu in the past, there was only 1 undead spirit. Lin Ling was completely focused on facing it. And now, there was more than 1 death gu. But even so, many undead spirits were still sealed by Lin Ling's enchantment, which made the mysterious man in the distance look cold. But when he thought of getting Lin Ling, he felt that everything was worth it. Let's see how long you can last. As long as the 10,000 spirits enter your body, even if you are a sage, you will die. Moreover, boy, you should feel lucky. Such a great venomous insect of the divine prefecture is usually used to deal with sage realm experts. You, a mere martial celestial, have received such treatment, that mysterious man said with a sinister smile. In fact, if he did not see that Lin Ling had many secrets, he would not have spent so much effort to set up the Qing province gu to deal with Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling. Master. Father. The people of Qing state were of no help at all. They were all tossed around with Qing state. The weaker ones even spat out blood and died immediately. Qing Emperor, look at what kind of people you have provoked. Someone cursed at Qing Emperor. After all, this was originally their Qing state's matter. But who knew that Qing Emperor had violated the taboo and provoked the experts of the deity's era, causing everyone in Qing state to be buried with him? At that moment, Qing Emperor's expression changed greatly. He never thought that the mysterious man would be so cruel. Ha, Qing Emperor? He only has the ancient power. Otherwise, he would be trash. Now that the great venomous insect of Qing state has been set up, Qing Emperor has lost his connection with the ancient power. Therefore, he will also die. Everyone in Qing state will die. In the future, no one will know who did it. The mysterious man laughed cruelly. Sure enough, he wanted everyone in Qing state to be buried with him to raise his undead spirits. Hearing that, everyone's hearts dimmed. Qing state was facing a great calamity. They could not help but look at the center. They did not know whether the blue-robed young man could turn the tide. Perhaps, the blue-robed young man had become their only life-saving straw. I hope Master can illuminate Qing state. The 3rd princess muttered to herself. After she finished speaking, she spat out a mouthful of blood. This mysterious man was one of the 9 states' 10 evils. He was really terrifying. But at that moment, Lin Ling was still madly colliding with the undead spirits. However, he could not stop the undead spirits from rushing into his body, causing his entire body to be in severe pain. Refine all of you. Lin Ling roared at the sky. He activated the Chaos Divine Art in an attempt to refine the undead spirits that had entered his body. The Chaos Divine Art was really amazing. It could refine anything. The undead spirits were also successively turned into mysterious power and drifted into Lin Ling's Dantian. However, there were too many undead spirits. Even if the Chaos Divine Art could refine them, Lin Ling's Dantian had gathered too much power. In the end, it could not hold any more. Gradually, 10 million undead spirits had gathered in Lin Ling's body. After all, one undead spirit could control a sage-to-be expert, let alone 10 million. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a martial immortal. What a powerful little demon. You can actually refine my undead spirits. However, after you become my biggest undead spirit, I'll learn all of your secrets. Ha! The mysterious man was first surprised. Then he laughed excitedly. Lin Ling, who had been completely occupied by the undead spirits, stopped resisting. His entire body changed. He became gloomy and demonic. He had completely turned into an undead spirit. Master! The third princess and the others vaguely saw this scene, and all of them cried out in pain. At present, the only person who could break the undead spirits was Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had also become an undead spirit. Therefore, even if they escaped alive, they could not save Lin Ling. When they thought of the man who had saved them countless times and now died, they felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Little Li! The undead spirits on Grandma Wendao's body also disappeared and rushed towards Lin Ling. Therefore she also woke up. However, after seeing the scene in front of her, her eyes were moist as she shouted, "Second brother!" Sakura was the same. He knew that they were all finished. He never would have thought that returning to the Azure province would lead to their deaths. Originally, according to their estimation, no one could stop them from returning to the Azure province. However, the world had always changed and the affairs of the world were impermanent. They had actually attracted such an old monster who disrupted all of their plans and even killed everyone. I'm not dead yet. However, at that moment, the gloomy Lin Ling let out a painful cry. He's actually still awake? That shocked the mysterious man. He was only a martial immortal. After being devoured by so many undead spirits, he could still occasionally wake up. This meant that the young man's soul power was extremely powerful and his temperament was extremely tenacious. However, even so, the mysterious man had absolute confidence. He knew that Lin Ling was only struggling before death. I can't die. Indeed, Lin Ling was sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. Chapter 3064. The Real Demon Sword. Rumble. The entire Qing province was still spinning as if the universe was reversing. If everyone could calm down and look carefully, they would discover that it was actually countless dead spirits that were reversing the Qing province. Unfortunately, no one saw this. Everyone had half a foot in hell. Truly tenacious. The mysterious person looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, "One must know that the dead spirits he had sent out would even kill a saint." However, the martial immortal junior had resisted until now. I'm not dead yet. However, Lin Ling's voice was getting weaker and weaker. His soul was roaring, competing with the Grim Reaper. In fact, he had come into contact with death many times. However, he was not afraid of death and even dared to face it head-on. He, Lin Ling, believed that his life was in his own hands and not in the hands of the heavens. Since he had been reborn, Lin Ling definitely held his life in the palm of his hand. Even if a god wanted to take his life, he would not allow it. His tenacious fighting spirit was constantly resisting. Unfortunately, there were too many dead spirits. The terrifying things from the underworld were not something that the current Lin Ling could fight against. This made him feel as if he had entered some kind of mysterious area. There was a dazzling light spot in front of him, causing him to subconsciously walk towards the light spot. However, Lin Ling's soul was awake. He knew that he could not enter the light spot because once he entered, he would be completely dead. Unfortunately, the universal chaotic laws made it difficult for him to resist. His soul was getting closer and closer to the light spot. My head, where is it? However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A faintly discernible voice suddenly rose in Lin Ling's heart, causing him to be shocked. Scabbard? At that moment, he was still standing in the sky. His entire body was gray, as if he was a dead spirit. However, his body began to emit a terrifying aura. This aura continued to condense and quietly turned into a headless old man. This old man quietly stood in front of Lin Ling. Although he did not have a head, it was as if he was looking at Lin Ling. And the sword in his hand quietly appeared. At this moment, the ancient power of the gods roared and spread out like ripples, causing Qing province's rotation to slow down. It also caused all the dead spirits from the underworld to freeze in place. What is this? The mysterious man said solemnly. From the headless old man's body, he could sense the aura of a devil god. It was as if he was a devil god who had fought against the gods during the era of gods. No matter what you are, you can't break my goo. But at this moment, the headless old man raised his sword. The sword looked very ordinary, but it gently slashed at the sky. A bloody light appeared. This was a blood sword. This slash was clearly more terrifying than Lin Ling's slash. It soared through the sky, and thousands of dead spirits were instantly annihilated, turning into ashes. As for the overturned Azure Prefecture, it was actually severed by the sword. The chaotic world was once again divided. The ground sank back and the sky floated back. Everything returned to normal. Not only did the sword slash sever space-time, it even severed the void, displaying the might of the Age of Gods. This was the real Devil Sword. Azure Prefecture is restored. What is that? Everyone in Azure Prefecture was stunned at first. Then, one after another, they came to their senses. They looked at the old man who looked like a devil sword with incomparable horror. They had been saved by Lin Ling. Crack, crack. At the same time, the gray color on Lin Ling's body began to crack. A powerful aura also spread out from it. As for the headless old man, he quietly disappeared. Oh no, he woke up. Moreover, that slash actually severed all my dead spirits. Who is that person? Could it be a god? In the distance, the mysterious man stood in the sky in disbelief and kept shaking his head. He could devour the dead spirits of the Saint Realm, but he failed to devour the dead spirits of the martial immortal realm. Moreover, all the dead spirits were killed. This was simply beyond his imagination. Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. Lin Ling's body exploded. Countless gray colors spread out like ashes. This caused the heart of the mysterious man in the distance to tremble. It was as if he had seen a dragon god that had broken free. Bastard! He could not help but curse loudly. He was so angry that his anger overflowed to the heavens. Obviously, he had underestimated Lin Ling's means. But now, he could not be angry because he sensed that the situation was not good for him. And that was indeed the case. Lin Ling opened his gray body. He was like a fierce tiger that had come down the mountain. With endless anger, he stared at the mysterious man in the distance. That gaze actually caused the mysterious man's heart to turn cold. What a cold gaze. You will definitely die. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly. His voice filled with monstrous killing intent floated out, shaking the sky and causing the dark clouds in the sky to disperse. Boom! He took a step and the sky exploded. Endless light beams appeared behind him. They were like ribbons as they shot towards the mysterious man. To Lin Ling, he had almost died earlier. He had no enmity with the mysterious man. The mysterious man coveted his treasures and set him up. He had almost caused the death of everyone in Qingzhou. Therefore, the mysterious man was no different from a great enemy like the heavenly court to Lin Ling. This was because if the mysterious scabbard had not suddenly appeared, his grandfather, mother, Yu, and everyone else would have died. And this touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. Even if the mysterious man was a god, he would die here today. Rumble. Endless light accompanied Lin Ling and shot towards the mysterious man like a meteor. The latter subconsciously took a step back. He was beginning to be afraid, very afraid. At this moment, the realm-swallowing beast appeared. Its huge mouth looked like it was going to swallow the heavens and the earth. The illusion of the dragon god floated in the sky like the pride of the dragon race. Rumble. And in the universe, the huge ancient divine monument smashed down like a god's taboo. All kinds of terrifying visions caused the mysterious man's mouth to tremble. Wait, how about we shake hands and make peace? Rumble. However, the answer to his question was an incomparably turbulent aura. At this moment, the aura came crashing over like a tidal wave, tearing apart the cloth on the mysterious person's body, revealing his true form. This was an extremely old man. So strong. The current Lord Linling is so strong. He broke through. Heavens, he reached the 7th level of the martial immortal realm. Linling, you can do it. The entire Qingzhou cheered. Linling's light once again illuminated Qingzhou. Compared to the excitement of the people, the mysterious old man's heart was like thunder. And the closer Linling got, the more panicked he became. Boom! The terrifying punch, which contained Linling's fury and all his strength, reached the old man's eyes in shock. Chapter 3065. Vengeance. Shake hands and make peace? Boom, boom. That punch smashed down like a dragon god, and the old man wasn't weak at all. He was at the half-saint realm, but he was still smashed into the ground. Clearly, apart from his terrifying talent, his other skills were very ordinary. Of course, he did not expect a martial immortal junior to be able to break his venomous insect. If he had known earlier, he would have prepared more skills. Unfortunately, he had never known about this in the vast universe. Wait, don't kill me. I was wrong. Beneath the ground, the old man let out another groan. You were wrong. In the sky, a huge foot that looked like the leg of a giant, with the power to destroy 10,000 worlds, fiercely stomped down. Boom. Immediately, a huge footprint appeared in Qingzhou. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, countless huge rocks were tumbling in the sky like kites with their strings cut. Among them was the old man. At that moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was filled with shock. This enraged youth was simply too terrifying. He had to escape from this place. You want to escape? Boo. However, Linling seemed to know what he was thinking. He intercepted the old man in midair and crazily attacked him like a storm. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening sounds resounded in the sky and on the ground. The old man was like a sandbag being violently beaten by Linling. This made the blood of the people on the ground boil as they continuously cheered for him. In the end, all the rumbling sounds disappeared. In the sky, the blue-robed man stood there like the Azure Emperor. His left arm was raised high, and in his palm was the mysterious old man who only had half a breath left. I am from the land of eternal rest of the 10 banes of the 9 provinces. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape from the land of eternal rest. The old man said with difficulty. After those words, Qingzhou instantly became silent. 9 provinces, 10 banes? Heavens! This mysterious person actually has such a great background. Lord Linling, you can't kill him. If you kill him, Qingzhou will be in great trouble. So what if Qingzhou is in danger? Most importantly, Lord Linling, don't offend the 9 prefectures' 10 evils for Qingzhou. After a while, cries of surprise rang out one after another. To the martial artists of Qing Prefecture, the 9 prefectures' 10 evils were ferocious creatures that represented the era of gods. They were not people they could provoke. And if Linling killed the old man, the place where the heroic spirit rested would definitely attack Qingzhou, but most of them would attack Linling. Therefore, Linling's friends didn't want Linling to get into such trouble. 9 prefectures, 10 evils. At this moment, Linling was standing in the sky with an expressionless face. The old man opened his eyes with great difficulty, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. He knew that as long as one was a martial artist in the land of the 9 prefectures, there was no one who wasn't afraid of the 9 prefectures' 10 villains. Die! However, just as the old man's smile rose, he heard Linling's cold words. Then, his neck was forcefully crushed. Boom! The old man's body also exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and Qingzhou fell silent. Dead, the 9 prefectures' 10 evils is dead. As expected of Lord Linling. Everyone looked at the sky, and their hearts began to tremble. As for the Qing Emperor, his face was extremely pale. It was as if he was looking up at the blue-robed man in the sky. Qing Emperor, since you're the former God Emperor, I'll leave your corpse intact so that you can die with dignity. Linling looked at the Qing Emperor and said indifferently. Hearing this, the Qing Emperor smiled bitterly. He looked deeply at Lin Ling and recalled the first time he heard Lin Ling's name. He knew that it was Lin Ling who had rung the Qingzhou divine bell. At that time, he was extremely furious at Lin Ling, as Lin Ling had interrupted his monarch horoscope. However, Lin Ling was still a mere ant. Therefore, he did not place his attention on Lin Ling. Instead, he was planning to secretly become the retired emperor after the competition between the four authorities was over. However, to his surprise, the person who had rung the Qingzhou divine bell was actually the one who was going to replace the Qing emperor. I should have thought of it, sigh. The Qing emperor let out a sigh. In the past, before he became the Qing emperor, he was also the one who had rung the Qingzhou divine bell. This meant that he was destined to be the one who had rung the Qingzhou divine bell. Unfortunately, he had thought that Lin Ling was just a mere ant, thus he did not place any importance on Lin Ling, which led to the huge mistake he had made today. Third princess, go and kill him. Lin Ling's voice appeared once again. Thank you, master. On the ground, the third princess, who was as beautiful as a fairy, strode out. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were sparkling. Clearly, she was extremely excited. Her mother had been killed by the Qing emperor. Therefore, she had been waiting for a very long time to avenge her father. Looking at the third princess, the Qing emperor let out another sigh as if he had aged significantly. He never thought that he would die at the hands of his daughter. Scenes from the past flashed across his mind as he recalled the third princess mother. Do it, I'm willing to die at the hands of my daughter. I hope that the Qingzhou divine bell will eventually reach its peak in your hands. The Qing emperor finally closed his eyes, but his lips curled into a kind smile. Perhaps at this moment he was no longer the Qing emperor who stood above everyone. He was just an ordinary father. However, he had only returned to being a father after losing the battle, which caused the third princess' eyes to turn even colder. The reason being that her father had not done anything when she had been poisoned by the dead spirits. He had even treated her like a puppet and wanted to become the retired emperor. You want to be my father? You're not qualified. A long sword as thin as a silkworm's wing appeared in the third princess' hand. She stabbed the Qing emperor viciously and pierced through his chest. Blood immediately gushed out and dyed the third princess's white dress red. Emperor Qing opened his eyes, as if he had died with a grievance. Perhaps he knew that he had lost the battle, but his daughter had not forgiven him. This meant that he had gained nothing in return. The Qingzhou divine bell will be better in my hands. The third princess was expressionless. She pulled out her long sword, which turned into a beam of light. With a light slash, the Qing emperor's head fell off. Dead, the Qing emperor is dead. The new Qing emperor killed the old Qing emperor. Even if they were father and daughter, it was destined. The great Tao of the universe is heartless. Sometimes there is no kinship, only benefits. The people sighed in their hearts as they looked at the third princess on the ground. However, they knew that the one who could illuminate the Qingzhou divine bell was not the third princess, but the blue-robed young man in the sky. Empress Dowager, you were the one who destroyed the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, Lin Ling said coldly. Plop. The Empress Dowager sat on the ground powerlessly. Her face was ashen. My friends, my brothers, all my memories were in the rainforest sacred land. How could you destroy it? Lin Ling took a step forward. With every step he took, he waved out countless enchantments to suppress the Empress Dowager. Rumble. In the end, the Empress Dowager turned into a huge stone tablet that sat on the ground. This reminded the people of the other 3 stone tablets in the rainforest sacred land. They were Realgar, Luo Sha Thorn, and Sunbone. These people were the murderers of the rainforest sacred land. Chapter 3066. Double-Edged Sword. Second brother, good job. Di Shirtian's eyes were filled with warmth and tears. Good, this is great. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others were the same. They finally had an explanation for the rainforest sacred land. Everyone, have a safe journey. When I, Lin Ling, dominate the gods, you will all return. Lin Ling's heart felt like a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. He could finally get his revenge. He looked at the rolling clouds in the sky as though he was looking at people he knew leaving with smiles. Lady Shui Wu, Lord Pu, Great Demon King of the East, Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Ancient Face Sect, there were too many. These people had watched Lin Ling grow up step by step. They were proud of Lin Ling and were Lin Ling's memories. A person's life was bound to be filled with endless memories. These memories were extremely precious when they grew old. It was unknown whether it was because these friends were leaving or because the clouds in the sky were gradually dispersing. The sky began to turn blue with white clouds floating in the sky. It made one's heart feel extremely clear. That kind of tranquil atmosphere made everyone in Qing Prefecture smile with gratification. From today onwards, the three magnates are not allowed to enter the cities after Threering City. Are there any objections? Lin Ling looked at the ground and spoke with dignity. Yes, absolutely yes. Let alone Threering City, I will never step into Turing City again. The three magnates spoke one after another. How could they dare to refuse? If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have been dead. Hence, they had actually profited. All the three magnates, cripple your own cultivation. However, before they could rejoice, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Cripple our own cultivation? Isn't that the same as killing us? I refuse to accept this. That's right, Lin Ling. What right do you have to cripple our cultivation? The three magnates were startled, and they all blushed as they spoke. Boom. However, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his foot high and stomped heavily on the ground. The entire Qing Prefecture shook. Tell me, what right do I have? Silence. The three magnates were speechless. They knew why. After the fall of the Azure Emperor of the Azure Prefecture became the third princess. She controlled the primordial power, and she was also very smart. In a short period of time, she repaired the shattered Azure Prefecture. Qing Province gradually regained its tranquility. However, to everyone, even though the Qing Emperor was the third princess, Lin Ling reigned supreme in the Qing Prefecture. The legend of Lin Ling would be passed down for thousands of generations in Qingzhou. At this time, in the Flame World fragment, everyone was present. Although the third princess had become the Azure Emperor and controlled the great Qing God dynasty, Lin Ling was still used to living in the fragment of the Flame World. Moreover, he had started to let people tidy up the rainforest sacred land. Soon, everyone could return to the rainforest sacred land. After all, that place was their home, and they couldn't abandon it. Little Li, you finally left Qingzhou. In a large hall, Grandma Wendao smiled at Lin Ling. Her eyes were filled with gratification because she had watched Lin Ling rise step by step in the rainforest sacred land and finally dominate Qingzhou. Everything seemed slow and impossible, but when the result appeared in front of her eyes, she still felt that it was unreal. Moreover, she looked forward to Lin Ling's name being spread in the 9 states, in the God world. Grandma Wendao, in a few days, I will bring Yu and the rest to Spirit Province. Do you want to come? Lin Ling smiled and looked respectfully at Grandma Wendao. I'm old and don't want to fight anymore. I plan to return to the rainforest sacred land, plant some flowers and fish. This is life. However, Grandma Wendao shook her head. Her words made Lin Ling smile bitterly and shake his head. Then, Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, Grandma Wendao, do you know someone called Gan Liangping? In the past, when he first came to the martial god realm, it was that mysterious blue-robed youth who introduced him to the martial god camp. Venerable Si Kaming also became that person's disciple, so he had always been curious about that person. Moreover, his demon eyes of 10,000 things sensed that that person also had one of the 6 great god eyes in the universe, and it wasn't weak at all. The 6 great god eyes in the universe each had their own abilities. Lin Ling's was extremely powerful, and Tong Man's was able to see through fate. He wondered how powerful that mysterious blue-robed youth was. Grandma Wendao immediately smiled mysteriously and didn't explain anything. Instead, she said, You will meet him. In fact, he has been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Yes. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes lit up, but seeing that Grandma Wendao didn't want to say more, he didn't ask any more. He only knew that the youth's height wasn't something he could compare to at the moment. Following that, everyone began to chat happily. That night, Lin Ling accompanied Yu Yu and the others. After a round of sex, Lin Ling also started to cultivate. Now, he had reached the 7th level of the martial immortal realm, and the realm sea in his dantian was extremely turbulent. There was even a large amount of spiritual qi outside his dantian, which he could use to cultivate at any time. And this spiritual qi was obtained from refining dead souls. In fact, he didn't expect that he would benefit from a disaster and successfully reach the 7th level of the martial immortal realm. However, after the battle with that mysterious person, Lin Ling knew that there was no absolute invincibility in the universe. Some people didn't seem strong, but they had deadly means, such as death goo. This also meant that in the universe, there was always something that countered something else. Sometimes it was also very fair. This time, if it weren't for the scabbard, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape death. Thinking of the scene not long ago, Lin Ling secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Obviously, the scabbard had saved him again. However, when Lin Ling took off the scabbard, a cold aura suddenly spread out. The scabbard floated up on its own, and the tyrannical song sword flew out and coldly hung by Lin Ling's neck. This sudden change caused Lin Ling's expression to change. "My head, where is it?" At the same time, the faintly discernible voice sounded. The headless old man appeared again, and he actually wanted to kill Lin Ling. What's going on? Lin Ling was shocked because ever since he obtained those broken swords, the scabbard could be controlled by him, and it didn't have the cold killing intent it had in the past. But now, this killing intent had appeared again. Could it be that since the scabbard had saved Lin Ling once, he, Lin Ling, had to find the remaining broken swords? Or even the headless old man's head? Otherwise, the sword would kill him. It's really a double-edged sword. Lin Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he didn't resent the scabbard because without the headless old man, he, Lin Ling, would have died countless times. Lin Ling's character had always been clear about kindness and hatred. Kindness was kindness, hatred was hatred. "Senior, I also don't know where your head is." Lin Ling smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Go find it." However, this time, to Lin Ling's surprise, the headless old man actually said something else. Chapter 3067. Leave Qing Province. I'll find it when I have the chance. Let's gather all the broken swords first. However, Senior, I can still use this scabbard. Lin Ling said again. However, the headless old man didn't waste any more words with him and disappeared into the scabbard. Lin Ling looked at the cold scabbard and didn't have the courage to pull it out. He could only hope that the headless old man would give him more time to find the scabbard. Sigh, I have to return the favor I owe. Lin Ling put the scabbard on his back and began to cultivate. 3 days later, everyone set off. Everyone in the imperial court came to send Lin Ling off. Grandfather, there's no need to send me off. I've left a barrier in the rainforest and the fragment of the flame world. I can come back to see you at any time. Seeing the reluctance of Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, Lin Ling waved his hand and smiled. Go. A good man has ambitions. Don't worry about home. Grandma Wendao is at home. Everything will be fine. Ancestor Tai Yen, Emon Yenshin and the others waved their hands with tears in their eyes. In reality, they didn't want Lin Ling and the others to leave. They wanted Lin Ling to live an ordinary life. However, they also knew that the universe was merciless. The strong were respected. If Lin Ling didn't become stronger, not only would the Fire Ancient clan die, but all of them would die. It was precisely because Lin Ling often went out to train and fight against various powerful figures that he had enough confidence to protect the ancient clan of flames from all kinds of storms. This was the indomitable warrior of our generation. Lin Ling, Sakura, Yu Yu, Xian Yuange and the others left Qing Province and appeared in the chaos of the universe. Yu Yu and Xian Yuange had both reached the martial immortal realm and were qualified to go to Spirit Province. They were extremely curious about it. There was no end to learning. In fact, this was also what every martial artist yearned for. They were very curious about the more profound martial arts and the more mysterious era of gods. They hoped to touch upon that door. Therefore, martial artists were constantly becoming stronger. If there was a day when they were still in the same place, then they should consider their own reasons. Your Excellency Lin Ling, please wait. However, while Lin Ling's group was chatting happily, several old men suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. These people looked familiar to Lin Ling. He suddenly recalled that these were the seniors who were guarding the Cloud Holy Lands when he rang the Azure Prefecture Divine Bell. Because you killed Emperor Qing and violated the rules left behind by the gods. Therefore, according to the commandments of the 9 emperors of Qingzhou, you must die. The old man said with a wry smile. In the past, Lin Ling had sounded the Azure Prefecture Divine Bell. At that time, he already felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary. And now, seeing that he was not just extraordinary, he was simply abnormal. Unfortunately, if Lin Ling had become Emperor Qing, then they would not have killed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not become Emperor Qing and instead killed Emperor Qing of the previous generation. This was a violation of the rules. Forgive us. We have been following the rules of the gods all our lives. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. The other old men also spoke one after another. It could be seen that they did not want to kill Lin Ling. However, after the discussion of the 9 emperors, we have decided to spare your life. However, you must follow us to guard the 9 Cloud Holy Lands and cannot leave for the rest of your life. The old man suddenly said again, Senior, please give us a way out. Yu and the others also knew what had happened and hurriedly bowed and said, Little girl, we can't help it. The old men looked at each other and the wry smile on their faces deepened. Facing such a senior, Lin Ling really could not bear any resentment because the other party had already given him a lot of face. They only asked him to guard the Cloud Holy Lands and become the elder behind the scenes of the Azure Prefecture. However, to have him stay in those clouds for the rest of his life and face these old men every day, to be honest, he really could not bear it. Moreover, he still had a blood feud to take. Senior, I, Lin Ling, am willing to bear the consequences of my mistakes. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling said with a solemn expression, That's good. Hee, don't worry, guarding the Cloud Holy Lands will not be boring. Moreover, you are also the messenger of the gods. Hearing that, all of the old men started laughing. They were laughing very happily. Hee, from now on, there will be one more person to play chess with me. Scram, Lin Ling and the other new elders have to accompany me to fish. They even began to arrange Lin Ling's life in the future. However, while they were talking excitedly, Lin Ling gave Yu and the others a look. The next moment, he fled without a trace. The old men were still talking excitedly, but when they realized this, they all blew their beards. Little fox, you lied to us. Then, their eyes turned red with anger. Previously, they felt that Lin Ling had agreed too quickly and that there was something fishy about it. However, when they saw Lin Ling's serious expression, they thought that Lin Ling was really willing to bear the consequences. Who knew that they were too naive? Where do you think you're going? Sir Lin Ling, we're just guarding the Cloud Holy Lands. We're not asking you to go to jail. Come back with us and become the new elder of the 9 heavenly emperors. Moreover, as an elder, you won't have to fear the Azure Emperor and will even have the chance to meet the gods. Little ancestor, come back. They all chased after him. Seniors, I'm sorry, but I really can't go to the Cloud Holy Lands. Not to mention that it's too boring, even if it's really filled with endless fun. I, Lin Ling, have my own things to do. Moreover, I think it's really boring there. That boring time can make you seniors fall in love with each other and stay together for a lifetime. In front, Lin Ling's helpless voice floated out. Ha! Hearing this, Yu and the others couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense, how can we fall in love with each other for a lifetime? The Cloud Holy Lands are all men. How can men stay together for a lifetime? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old men were so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. Moreover, they looked at their partners with disdain. Although they had worked together for countless years, they couldn't fall in love with each other even if they were beaten to death. I don't believe it. You have to know that in the Cloud Holy Lands, besides seeing your companions every day, you don't see anyone else. Love grows with time. Even if it's a man, you're all afraid of developing feelings for each other. In front, Lin Ling still didn't believe it. Pooh. Hearing this, one of the old men was wrongly accused and spat out a mouthful of blood. The others also had goosebumps all over their bodies. However, their speed of chasing Lin Ling became even faster. They swore in their hearts that if they caught that kid, they would definitely punish him. You're called Lin Ling, right? But at this moment, in the chaos of the universe, a smile suddenly came out. A man in cloth clothes stood in front of them indifferently, blocking the path of Lin Ling and the others. This person was like a saint. His smile and his brows seemed to carry the great Tao of a saint. On his back was a sword. On the blade of the sword, a terrifying aura poured out. Seeing that person, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In fact, his eyes were staring at the sword. That was a sword that Lin Ling was very, very familiar with. Chapter 3068. The Heavenly Court's Yama, Asher's Green Flame. You're from the Heavenly Court. Lin Ling said calmly as he stared at the sword. Oh, I haven't told you who I am, but you know who I am? The man put his hands behind his back and his eyes flashed with surprise. He had never met Lin Ling before, but Lin Ling had guessed his identity. That's right, he was from the Heavenly Court. He had been ordered by the Heavenly Court's martial god to search for Lin Ling. Today, he was lucky enough to pass by and heard the old man's words. Only then did he know that the blue-robed young man was Lin Ling. I also know that you're martial god Qilin's disciple. Lin Ling's eyes were unprecedentedly cold. That was because the sword was Li Xiaoyao's personal sword, the true inheritance dark sword. Martial god Qilin had snatched the sword, so he knew that the man was from the Heavenly Court. You're Lin Ling, right? I've underestimated you. However, you should know why I'm here today. The man's eyes flashed strangely as he said indifferently. Lin Ling naturally knew why he was here. He must be here to kill Lin Ling. I'll take your life. The man unleashed a terrifying aura. Countless horned dragons appeared behind him and occupied the entire void. The saint's light also filled the air. It was as unfathomable as the sea. 5th level half-saint. The old men behind Lin Ling frowned. At the same time, Lin Ling knew that the man was definitely one of martial god Qilin's capable disciples. You old fogies, go to hell. Remember, the one who's going to kill you is Yen Nan from the Heavenly Court. The man sneered and attacked in the next moment. He looked to be in his 30s, but he was definitely a martial saint in the 9 prefectures. He had already established his own sect and became an ancestor. Rumble. Green lightning appeared in the chaos and bombarded the void. Chaos lightning, the existence of the desolate body. It's at least a 3rd-grade desolate body. The elders from the Cloud Saint land of the Azure State became even more solemn. Asher Green Flame. Lin Ling stared at the green lightning in the sky. He did not expect martial god Qilin to give Yen Nan such a precious treasure. Big brother, you, go to master first. Lin Ling said to Yu Yu and the others behind him. But Yu Yu and the others naturally did not plan to leave. Hurry up and leave. After you leave, I won't have anything to worry about. Lin Ling said again. Okay, brother Ling, be careful. Second brother, be careful. Although they were reluctant to leave, Yu Yu and the others knew that they wouldn't be of any help in this situation. Instead, they would only distract Lin Ling. Thus, they left one after another. However, Yen Nan's target was Lin Ling, so he didn't pay any attention to Yu Yu and the others. You are the one who killed my junior brother Tian Lingbao and Lu Xingyun. What makes me curious is that you are just a piece of trash. Yen Nan smiled faintly. His smile was mixed with disdain. Terrifying green flames spread out from his body and enveloped the entire chaotic universe. These green flames were extraordinary. Lightning was born from the flames. It was a product from the era of the gods. You want to kill Lin Ling? We won't allow it. The elders of the Cloud Saint Ground looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they also unleashed their powerful strength. Their cultivation was at the first and second level of the half-saint realm. With such cultivation in Qingzhou, they were like the immortals behind the scenes. However, in the face of the experts of the 9 prefectures, their strength was obviously not very strong. However, they had the advantage in numbers. If they joined forces, they might be able to stop the half-saint. Ancient Orchid Muscle Rippling Lotus. Supreme Earth Rippling Lotus. The techniques they unleashed were also extremely powerful. They were all advanced 6th grade martial arts, and they even had a touch of divine aura. Suddenly, ancient clouds filled the sky, just like the tribulation clouds in the Cloud Saint Ground. Some of the clouds turned into huge lotus flowers, singing divine songs. Some of the clouds turned into rolling earth waves, overturning the chaotic universe. Lin Ling, don't worry. With us here, he won't be able to touch you, the leader of the elders said at the same time. His words warmed Lin Ling's heart. When the experts arrived, the seniors of the Cloud Saint Ground did not leave. Instead, they did not hesitate to protect him. Lin Ling would remember this kindness in his heart. He could imagine that without their help, Lin Ling would not be able to escape this calamity. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to defeat the expert at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. The other elder's eyes shone with confidence. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He did not think so. Martial god Qilin had obtained part of Li Xiaoyao's true inheritance. His strength was not to be underestimated. His disciple would definitely not be weak. Oh no. When did the green flames come? They are holding us back. And that was indeed the case. Green flames had appeared around the old men and were burning them. Even the power of a lower level couldn't block it. SU rank, Azura divine power of the underworld. In the distance, Yan Nan, whose body was covered in green flames, slowly walked over. From his appearance, it could be said that he was completely at ease. However, on the surface, he indeed had the qualifications to be calm and collected. This was because Lin Ling was only a martial celestial. Although he had some skills, he was definitely not a match for a middle half-saint realm expert. As for the elders, they had the divine melody on them. However, their talents were not strong and their ultimate martial paths were very ordinary. To put it bluntly, with such strength, he could kill him with a single finger. Therefore, he was 100% confident that he could kill Lin Ling today. You can't stop me. If I want to kill someone, even the gods can't stop me. A disdainful voice drifted out. This made the elders of the Cloud Saint Ground realize that they had underestimated Yan Nan. After being surrounded by the green flames, their speed and the activation of their realm essence slowed down. It was as if they were carrying countless mountains on their backs. Your Excellency, don't be too arrogant. However, the leading elder was clearly angered. They were the saints of the Cloud Saint Ground. When had they ever been looked down upon? So what if I look down on you? Make your move. I'll let you make your move. Yan Nan suddenly stopped and looked at the elders from the corner of his eyes. There was no doubt that his eyes were filled with mockery. Everyone, use your full strength. Seeing this, the elders looked at each other. The realm sea in their dantians boiled and their realm essence burned, forming a large area of tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds were colorful. There were thunderclouds, wind clouds, fire clouds, and so on. Of course, the tribulation clouds were not very powerful. However, the terrifying thing was that the tribulation clouds merged together. It was extremely dazzling, as if they had formed the Cloud Saint Ground. Kill! After the tribulation clouds formed, several voices rang out at the same time. Chapter 3069. One of the underworld's 10 great underworld demons, Ashur Emerald Snake. All right. Noticing that their cooperation this time was stronger than usual, all the old men were overjoyed. Rumble. The tribulation clouds moved extremely quickly and engulfed Yan Nan. The sound of metal clashing continued to ring out. He's dead. When the old man saw that Yen Nan was completely defenseless, he heaved a sigh of relief. If we join forces, we can definitely kill a half-saint at the 5th level. That Yen Nan was too confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. But this person's strength is really impressive. Even with the 9 of us working together, he still managed to resist for so long. After the others secretly wiped their sweat, they also spoke one after another. Lin Ling, on the other hand, remained silent. Using his 10,000 mammoths' magic eyes, he could see that the tribulation clouds were wreaking havoc on Yen Nan's body. Yen Nan, on the other hand, was constantly groaning in pain. However, Lin Ling could clearly see that Yen Nan was actually maintaining a strange posture in the face of the terrifying tribulation clouds. Divine Fist of Su. Not good. Lin Ling immediately spat out. What is the Su Godly Fist? Hearing this, all the elders frowned. It's a type of martial art that becomes more ferocious the more injured one is. It can raise one's strength by 20%. The moment the fist is completed, it can destroy everything. Lin Ling said word by word. So powerful? Lin Ling, you're not lying to us, are you? Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Blocking everything, the more injured one was, the more ferocious it would be. The instant the fist was formed, everything would be destroyed. How could there be such a powerful defensive martial art in the world? Be careful. Lin Ling had no time to explain anything. At the same time, a rumbling sound came from the front. Yen Nan's fist slowly stretched out, and his speed was extremely slow. He was about to collide head-on with the tribulation clouds. However, even though his speed was slow, his fists did not stop at all. Su Godly Fist. At the same time, an incomparably valiant voice rang out. The fist that was filled with green flames became faster and faster. It was as if it was pushing the tribulation clouds. With a boom, it directly shattered the tribulation clouds that filled the sky. A huge black hole was even created in the surrounding void. Astral winds gushed out. Crush. The elders from the Cloud Holy Land were all flipped over and coughed up blood. Their faces were filled with horror. This punch was too powerful. Hee, ants like you only have this much ability? If I were you, I would have found a piece of tofu and killed myself. Amidst the countless storms, all sorts of multicolored energies intertwined. A faint figure slowly walked out. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and the corners of his mouth curved into an evil smile. He was extremely valiant. Meanwhile, his right hand hung down, burning with green azura green flames, making his fist extremely eye-catching. The appearance of such a figure undoubtedly caused the faces of all the elders to turn extremely pale. The other party's might, the other party's strength, and the other party's disdain made them realize that there was always someone better than them. Of course, Yen Nan's expression was extremely calm in the face of the astonishment of these elders, as if defeating these elders was as common as eating a meal. Instead, he swept his gaze around but did not discover Lin Ling's figure. Frowning, he asked, "Where's that kid? Could it be that he ran away?" Heavenly Quartz Yen Nan, aren't you underestimating me, Lin Ling? Lin Ling, don't need to run away from a mere piece of trash like you. However, at this moment, a sword from the era of gods appeared, cutting through the chaos in the universe and slashing towards Yen Nan like a waterfall. This caused Yen Nan's eyes to flicker. This was because he felt that the power of the sword was not much weaker than the attacks of the elders. This Lin Ling was actually an expert who could defeat a first heaven half-step saint. No, he could even defeat a second heaven half-step saint. However, Yen Nan was a fifth heaven half-step saint. He was a mountain that Lin Ling could not step over. Revered by the world, the power of Azura. Yen Nan let out a low roar. Without any visible movement, his majestic fist blasted towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful. Seeing this, all the elders shouted. In their opinion, Lin Ling could not hurt Yen Nan at all, even if his sword was incomparably sharp. Swoosh. However, at this moment, the sword suddenly became strange. It was like a dancing snake, dodging Yen Nan's fist from the side and gently slashing at his wrist. Originally, Lin Ling's sword would not have caused much damage to Yan Nen even if it had hit him. However, there was always an exception. After that sword slash, fresh blood immediately gushed out. Ah! Yan Nen cried out in pain. He retracted his fist and stood up, rubbing his wrist. What? Ah! This turn of events undoubtedly caused the elders of the Cloud Saint Lands to be tongue-tied. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared in the void. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although the sword slash had injured Yan Nen, the power of the fist had also injured him. Of course, compared to Yan Nen, Lin Ling was obviously in a much better state. Because their cultivation levels were not on the same level, they had both been injured in the exchange of blows. Yan Nan would definitely lose more face in this exchange. You're very lucky. Indeed, Yan Nan's body was trembling. He lowered his head and looked at the wound on his wrist as he muttered to himself. He was a martial immortal with the strength of a 5th-level half-saint. To him, this was a great humiliation, Moreover, according to the rules, Lin Ling should not have been able to hurt him. However, after he had used the ASU Divine Fist, there was a flaw in the martial skill. There was a weak point at the wrist that was as big as a strand of hair. If an ordinary person attacked this weak point, he would definitely be injured. Lin Ling's previous slash had hit this weak point with incomparable accuracy. However, he believed that it was caused by Lin Ling's luck. Do the people of the Heavenly Court like to talk nonsense? Yes. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, whether it's nonsense or not, you'll understand soon enough. A person's luck will not always be good. Yes. Yan Nan was clearly enraged. Boom. Flames blazed all over his body. Vast and majestic energy whizzed out from his divine body, causing the void to tremble. In the next instant, a huge green ancient snake appeared behind him. As soon as the ancient snake appeared, a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept out. Not to mention martial immortals, even experts below the 5th-level half-saint would find it difficult to breathe at this moment. A god's descendant? The eyes of the old man from the Cloud Holy Land trembled violently. It was as if he had seen a product from the era of gods and demons. Jade Snake, one of the 10 great underworld demons of the underworld. Lin Ling said solemnly. This Yama was the first powerful opponent that Lin Ling had encountered after he had stepped into the martial immortal realm. You know a lot. However, all of you will die. Yan Nan roared at the sky. His long hair had turned green, and countless flaming serpents appeared behind him. Even an Azura god was faintly discernible as it descended from the sky. It reached out its arm and grabbed at the void. The 10,000 worlds that were relatively close to this battle were instantly turned into ashes. It was so terrifying. This battle had reached the peak stage. It could be said to be a battle between gods. All of you, try your best to stop them. I need 3 breaths of time. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.